Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
If he had a clean history, I could understand if there was a leniency. But I'm going to let them make that decision.
I just think Trump should lean into it like Seth and just be like, man, he knows he shouldn't be doing that. We know what that means. That's not, that's probably not cool.
Nothing cool about it.
Trump should go on the beach and type in 6969 or right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
To get my act together, we're down a soldier. Our executive producer Lummy is out doing, cowboys and cowgirls or something like that. I don't know. But it was a pre-approved time off. He does it every year. It's his opportunity to make a lot of money, way more than I can pay him in 2 shows. So, I think it was last year that he did it, and then Macho Man had the sniffles and didn't make it in, and I don't know what we did.
You promoted him to executive producer.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't know.
You freaked out. You yelled at Lummy. It was Lummy's fault 100%.
I know, but I don't know how we got on the air.
Oh, Rhett.
Oh, okay.
Rhett got us on.
Did Rhett get us on?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, anyway, we're here now. Let me just warn everybody. And that is no money today, except unless it's a super chat, because I got Seth Money over there monitoring YouTube, so he won't let that go. Now I got PayPal, but as far as everything else,
is there a Rumble thing?
I think there's a Rumble rant. We don't get a lot of that, so if you want to monitor that,
sure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And then I got PayPal.
Well, then why are you saying no money? It seems like you got it all covered.
It seems like I think the only thing we don't have covered, Seth, would be Venmo and Cash App. So maybe not so much Venmo and Cash App. And at the end of the day, I think I have the ability to go back and see those, but I don't get them real. And I get them real time. But if I have my screen open on PayPal, then I can't have it on Cash App and Venmo.
How about this? If you're looking to donate to the show today and you want a shout out, save it for tomorrow. If you're looking to donate to the show because you like it and you want to see it keep on going, then you go ahead and throw some cash our way.
There you go. Matthew Hoxie, as a matter of fact, he on Friday threw out some cash. I missed it because Lummy wasn't here, and I missed Matt Hoxie's donation. So sorry about that, Matt. We'll try our very, very best. It's me, Dan, Seth Money, and Macho Man. Seems kind of weird without Lum Lum here, does it not?
I mean, I could see how it would feel that way for you. Yeah, Lummy's definitely a staple, but
a lot of stuff over the week. One, I got stung by these very aggressive wasps. I guess there's wasps that are like the mud daubers, the wasps that build their nests with mud. Those guys aren't that. They don't really come after you that much.
Those are the ones you see, like they build those little things in the ceilings. Like,
yeah, and they're made out of, and they're brown, and it's
like a brownish whitish thing.
No, the white ones.
Neil Now plays here, $50, Dr. Dan Cash.
There you go.
I love the excitement. Beach Metal Detective, $10 Stagel.
There you go. Don't miss any of that. And Seth, I love your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost excited myself out of saying it.
Alex Stein didn't get into my apartment until 1:00 last night.
Oh, he's here.
I don't know. Well, I mean, he's in town, and so I hope. I don't know
what I mean by here. Like he's
here in
Tampa.
town. He's here in town. I don't know what time he's going to make his way over. He wanted to be here fairly early, but I literally looked at my Ring camera as to what time him and pay-per-view got in, and it was 12:55. Because he always flies these doesn't he have like a lifetime pass with Spirit or something?
Yeah, he knows. I mean, he gets a good deal. He's flying a lot, so I don't blame him for if he has to fly in the middle of the night for $14, he'll do it.
And I think today was kind of his push rest day, so getting in late isn't nearly as important as being up early tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day that he's going to the Clearwater City Council to do his big high spot. I gotta get with Tuttle and see if he can make it over to do this with Alex. I'll pay Tuttle, and he can stay at my apartment, because
does Alex need Tuttle on this one?
Well, no, but we do. I mean, it would be good content for us to have.
Okay.
I don't think.
What's he
here's the
protesting?
thing. I don't think. In my opinion, Seth, I don't think that Alex would give us his original footage for us to use. It's for him,
right?
So if we're and if Tuttle can be like, maybe work with Alex, like be his little bitch or be his little assistant with his Florida First News shirt on, then we'll get that for our very own, that we can, if it's funny, and Tuttle can be taping Alex, and then it rolls into, maybe Alex wants Tuttle to go first. So Tuttle.
Is this a collaborative between the Bubba the Love Sponge and Alex Stein, or are we trying to steal Alex Stein's content?
Both.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, now I got it.
And what's the protest, or what's the issue?
I don't want to get into it, because I don't want to alarm, if the city of Clearwater open mic for the public, because we've dabbled in what it potentially might be, but I think if we keep talking about it, then there's a chance that somebody as part of the Clearwater Council gets a word of it, Dan, and could possibly shut it down. So I just know they're going to appear during the open mics, the public open mic segment tomorrow at the Clearwater Gimmick. I need to get a hold of Tuttle and let him know that, one, you need to make sure you have your Florida First News shirt, and two, get with I think Tuttle has all the recording equipment, like that little clip-on mic and stuff. I think Tuttle has that.
Tuttle has everything.
Yeah. So, and two, then I will pay you, Tuttle. I will get with you and I will pay you. If you have to take some time off work or it impedes work or something like that, I'll pay you, so that, you aren't losing money, and that you get paid, obviously. So Alex Stein is in town. I got bit by these. So these, Dan, if you look at the wasp nest, and it's gray and looks like it was made out of dirt and mud. Those are what they called mud daubers, and those guys really don't.
They're not aggressive.
Well, and their stings aren't nearly as bad.
Oh, it's a different sting.
Yeah, because we have those in Ocala at the track, and I've been bitten by those, and it's really not that big a deal. I think maybe I've been bitten by them so many times. I think I've been reading online, because I got bit by these, what they call paper wasps, And
Dude, that hand looks like it's
all swollen up.
not even real. I think I was telling Dr. Dan, not that he needs my medical opinion, but I think he needs to take that hand right off.
Well,
yeah,
Dan did.
the love hook.
Dan did give me some.
Get that G spot.
Dan did give me some. He's calling a prescription in for me for an antibiotic to take because he says I have a little cellulitis. I think I have cellulitis in my entire body. I mean, if cellulitis,
That's why he's swelled up?
if cellulitis has anything to do with cellulite, then I got it.
I had
Jesus.
I had to block our Twitter account yesterday, Bubba. I was just scrolling for some basketball news, and I saw this giant inflated paw, and I was like, I can't see this. So I had to block the account.
Seth was second in today behind Macho Man, and I go, Seth, did you see my picture? And he was like, I was completely repulsed by it. And you should have had a 18 and up disclaimer. And I was
sensitive
triggered,
content.
And I was triggered by it, and it was just wrong. So yesterday was about it's probably not that quite that big today, but. And Dan, I had just slathered Silvadine over the whole thing, but that was yesterday morning, and I mean, God.
It looks really nasty, and when I saw that, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. So.
Okay, cool. So I'm out at Merch Creek's property because we're trying to sell it, and I'm spraying for like these wasps. They get underneath the gables and all that kind of stuff if you don't keep up on it. Dan, do you have like an exterminator that does all your stuff, or?
Yeah, but they always miss stuff. You know, we have exterminators, indoor, outdoor. We got all kinds of stuff. They love to upcharge too. But
oh yeah,
these wasps that you're talking about, we have the kind that like they make a little nest like in the corner of a ceiling, like on a overhang or like the portico.
Well, here's the deal: you got to look at what their nests are.
Well, it looks like white and looks like a garlic clove.
It looks like paper, right?
Yeah.
Then those are called paper wasps, and they're, by the way, thank God. I mean, Lummy's not even here, and look at this, guys. Big picture front page. Look at that on Rumble.
Nice.
Oh,
how about that?
Woo!
How about that? Thank you.
If we weren't, we were gonna have to bother Lummy on vacation.
Exactly. How about that? So I'm spraying for these wasps. Like I got this sprayer and I'm spraying. Well, underneath, she's got this table out by the pool, and I go to reach underneath. You know how I was going to go sit down, and you know how sometimes when you sit down, so I have my sprayer and I put it on top of the table because it's like a stone table, so it's not going to get like, messed up or nothing. And I go to grab the chair. Now, you know how sometimes when you grab a chair to pull it out, maybe you'll grab the end of the table. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll kind of grab the table and pull it out. Well, I grabbed the nest. The nest was at the very end of the table, and I grabbed the nest. And it was game. I looked like Ricky Bobby. Remember when Ricky Bobby thought he was on fire?
Yeah, the invisible fire. One of my favorite scenes of any movie.
Right. I thought I looked like Ricky Bobby, and I was almost ready to jump in the pool, but I have my cell phone and everything with me, and I'm over there.
Did Merch Crick start crying? What happened?
No, she was inside. She was inside doing stuff.
What, did you jump in the creek?
No,
I mean, what do you do?
I just eventually. I mean, there and I saw this one.
So wait, how many came at you?
Probably 8.
Oh wow! It's hard to hide from 8 wasps.
And here's the thing about these wasps. I've been doing some research on them. Is that they have like a bee and other wasps. They can only sting one time. They leave the stinger in you
With like a little pumper,
and then they usually die.
Yep.
Well, not these. Not paper wasps. Their stinger stays on them. And they can hit you again and again and again. This one wasp who I was trying to kill, he hit me 3 times in the back of the leg. Like bam, bam, bam. Little bastard. I hate all wasps. I will kill all wasps. I
have a vendetta now against any wasp?
I have a vendetta against wasps. I will go out of my way to kill wasps now. So that was my hand yesterday. It's probably 50% less than that. Whew. They said, Dan, it's usually the worst part of it after,
the second day.
48 hours, they said.
Yeah.
So from that, 48 hours would make it today, like around 3 o'clock would be the 48th hour, which after
You're doing way better than that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take some, Dan has got me a prescription that he's going to do, and just so I don't have because I got some cellulitis. What's cellulitis, Dan?
Infection of the skin.
Okay. And I got some of that, obviously.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So anyway.
And I have that same vendetta against baby seals. I want to kill them all.
Why? No. Why would you want to kill a baby seal?
They really irritate me.
Today at 9:20, the John Morgan is coming on the show.
You're keyed up.
So here's the thing. I was talking to John. It's looking like John Morgan, for the people, who is the CEO and owner of Morgan & Morgan, which is the largest personal injury firm, I know, in America, maybe the world.
Is the world.
In the world.
In the world.
So, Dan, can you imagine? I mean, you're a personal injury attorney and would be considered like a boutique shop compared to this monstrosity. But can you imagine just the volume of calls? I mean, I know it was maybe 10 years, 8 years. I went over to the office and he had 2 full floors of operators standing by, like a call center.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has a full-blown call center. Now, I know you think maybe I should ask him when I have him on the air today, do you still got the call center, or are all those people, you could probably make that an at-home gimmick, could you not?
Yeah, but he gets a lot. I mean, he advertises so much that he gets tons of calls. And, like 800 Ask Gary has a call center with probably 8 people there. And he advertises even more than that. Yeah, so I imagine he's got to have 15, 20 people taking calls.
Because he's got people that run the callers. Like the callers will report to a supervisor that then reports to somebody with the firm. So anyway, John Morgan on today, and I was talking to John this weekend. I'm like, he sent me a podcast that he was on. And all these people now are gravitating to John Morgan because John Morgan threw it out there last week that he is interested in running for the governor of Florida after DeSantis.
Himself is running?
Yeah, him. He's running as a potential third-party candidate. And I forget the Republican, the real sling-and-D Republican he was going to maybe get to be his partner, which will help him which will help him tremendously within the Republican Party. But, John Morgan, a longtime Democrat, has now, looks like has thrown his hat into the governor race. And I got to tell you, man, he's probably the most popular male in Florida, just by the frequency of how much he advertises, and people genuinely like him. He's kind of like Grady Judd. People genuinely like him.
Yeah, he has a sort of an endearing quality about him. It's hard not to. He's amusing. He's nice. He's not nasty. He's not aggressive. I mean, as an attorney, he is, but just his persona is really endearing.
Remember, he lives like 100 days in Hawaii. Yeah, and he was
so jealous.
He gets on Facebook a couple years ago, and he's like, I just don't know why anybody would ever go to Arby's. Every time I go up and down this road, Wendy's is busy, McDonald's is busy, but Arby's ain't got any cusses, ain't got crap for customers. I just don't understand. Is it a money laundering scheme? Is it like, what's going on? Well, the Arby's franchise, whoever owns Arby's, whatever hedge fund or whatever, whoever owns Arby's, they get a hold of John and they send him an Arby's outfit and like some free Arby's. Anyway, he ends up doing a pro Arby's commercial over his questioning of, and I think they offered him a franchise.
Wow.
I think they offered
a happy ending.
Yeah, he needs to be able to launder his money too,
I think they offer him a franchise. Anyway, John Morgan today at 9:20, and we'll ride John probably clear to the top of the hour. I'll have 7 commercials done by then, and we'll just be able to say goodbye to John at about 9:55, and then end the show. So many things I want to talk to John about.
That's exciting.
I've had John on. I told John yesterday, it's amazing all these Johnny-come-lately people that want to interview you when I've been interviewing you since 2008, when we were just, straight, when we were just friends, and he would say things like,
farts and sex is funny.
I mean, just us BSing. I think he has his own he was on this show so many times that I think he has his own intro.
Everything he does is for the people.
He's actually really cool.
He's a big slinging D lawyer and got medical marijuana on the ballot in Florida.
You said a smidge of pot.
It's superstar attorney John Morgan.
Yeah, like, who's got that? I'll tell you, guys that had him on the air frequently as friends, not some, Johnny come lately. Oh, you're running for the governorship of Florida, and now we're all of a sudden interested in you. I don't have Lummy today to help me screen the calls, so that that could have some troll type effect to it, Seth. I'm just gonna if I know it's a troll, I'm just gonna probably abruptly end it rather than go down the troll path.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hello.
So I'm not a troll.
Charlie, by the way, what you are, but I'm all ears. 813-90 Bubba.
Can I be honest with you about something?
Yes, Charlie, of course you can.
I'm thinking about taking my life.
Charlie, why would you do that?
I'm kind of exhausted, just tired. I've got, all of us have mountains of stress that we deal with, Dan and you and all you guys. But I think I want to take honestly, I'm thinking about taking my life.
Charlie,
how old are you, Charlie?
Charlie, that's nothing.
This is a weak bit.
Charlie, this is nothing to...
It's not a bit. Hey, Dan, I don't know who you are, Dan. I don't know. I'm reading your chat room right now. No, I'm generally thinking about taking my life.
Well, Charlie, let me ask you a question. Why? Most people that want to take their life have an underlying something big glaring that's happened in their life that's made them sad, and they feel there's no, out from that, whatever bad thing is. So just... One, I'm asking you.
Bubba, this is kind of lame for people that are actually suffering with this.
I understand. That's why I have to go a little bit longer with it just to make sure that he's not really going to do it. I just can't hang up with him. Next thing you know, he blows his brains out, and I didn't try. So he's put me in the position, Seth, where I have to try.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
I know. So manipulative.
Yeah. So, Charlie,
can I ask you this question?
Yes.
Why do you care? I'm just a random troll. I'm a troll.
Charlie, I care. Charlie, I care because it's my responsibility as a broadcaster to, if somebody calls me with what you're saying right now, it's my responsibility to try to talk you out of it and tell you that's not an option.
No, I'm not going to take my life. I'm not going to take my life today. But I want to take my life. I have no interest in living any longer.
How old are you?
I'm a little over 50.
All right, so you're over 50, and give me three things right now, Charlie, that people would consider. Oh, okay, I get it. I can see why he's bummed out. Give me three things right now that really bum you out.
You know what? The way you worded that, I can't answer that. Can Dan? He's a little smarter than you. Can he maybe
No, I don't think it's a smart issue. I think it's a pretty straight up issue in the fact that what are your
demons? What are your demons? Like, is it alcohol? Is it family? Is it work?
Yeah,
is it just the fact that you walk around, everyone hates you?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Dan, I actually like you, Dan. I like you.
Charlie,
I don't know who you are.
Charlie, so you're an alcoholic and you have a hard time.
No, I'm not an alcoholic. I have a drinking problem, but I'm not an alcoholic.
All right. So that in itself is the only thing that you can give us that potentially would bum you out. I don't think that's near enough reason for you to be able to do what you're saying you're going to do. And so
I think you keep drinking until you solve that problem, right?
Well, I mean, maybe perhaps that's one reason, one way. But like Charlie, I think that as much as you either troll us or don't like us or do like us, I'm going to say something that's kind of arrogant. Let me finish before you interrupt. But I think that you, in some way, shape, or form, live for the show. I think you look forward to the show every day so that you can either rile yourself up, get mad, call in, be a troll. So, that in itself, we are in a weird kind of way friends. We're in a weird kind of way.
Kind of like the coyote and the Roadrunner.
We go around and try to beat each other, but then at the end of the day, we're out clocking out and, we got our lunch pails and we say goodbye to each other. So, like, I really think, honestly, and I'm not trying to take myself too seriously or the show, but I think indirectly, I think we, the show, even though you're very critical of it, I think we, the show, are one of the things you look forward to each day.
I'm actually a fan of what you do as a broadcaster. Very carefully, please don't interrupt me. For 30 seconds, I used to listen to Howard Stern. I know that you were Howard Stern. You guys were great friends. I never listened to your program. I only started listening to your podcast maybe 6-8 months back. I do think you have an original voice. I have no clue or concept the whole Hulk Hogan thing, but I think you have a unique perspective on life. So I do enjoy calling into your show.
Okay, so I was right on that, and you got some demons that you go through, and obviously you're a smart guy, and you can listen to the show and pick it apart, what you like and what you don't like, and you've made that into kind of a bit where you call the show and you're a troll. But at the end of the day, I think you respect me as trying to put together something daily, and I respect you by the amount of time that you invest into my program, even though it may be time that you don't like. You do put a lot of time into my program. And so, Charlie, I'm gonna shoot you straight as just a guy, just a regular dude. And as you asked me not to interrupt you, and I did not. Don't interrupt me on my little spiel here. Then we can go back and forth. But here's my little spiel. And that is, I'm honored the fact that you get up every day, seek out the show, jump through a few hoops to get the show. Know the show enough to be able to be, kind of a counter programmer or what you do and do not like about the show. And deep down, I really do care about you, and I really don't want anything to happen to you. I think deep down, you appreciate what we do, and you have your opinions on how we do it. And if you kill yourself or you do something to yourself, there are people that care about you. Even though you may not think that, there are people that care about you. We genuinely care about you. I know we often say, oh, it's Charlie, and we have this back and forthness, you and I do. But I genuinely do care for you. I mean, I've now stayed on the phone with you for 6 or 7 minutes. I don't think that I can kind of feel that you really don't want to do this. I think Seth is right. This might be a cry for help or for attention, but that's not taking your own life, Charlie, isn't something that you joke about. And I think that you should just stay the course of what you're doing and continuing to pick apart and troll and or like in some ways the show. And, try to figure out another way to relieve your frustrations than doing the ultimate, lights out. And at the end of the day, Charlie, I'm sure you have family, some sort of family. And
No. I don't have any family. Go ahead.
But consider us family. Oh. Now, even though we wouldn't be at your feet. No, hold on. Even there, Charlie, there would be some people that would be affected by your suicide. And we are one of them. We are one of them. Even though you may not think that, we are. And so, it's the most selfish move. Realistically, Charlie, I have a way more respect for you to continue the show and pick us apart and piss us off than for you just to kill yourself. That's such an easy way out. It's such an easy way out. And it's not... It's the ultimate sin. It's like whatever your belief mechanism is in life, whether it be hardcore Catholic, hardcore Protestant, Muslim, whatever it may be, Jew, it doesn't matter. I don't think any religion, it looks good. I think most religions frown upon suicide, and it's the ultimate, selfish act. So quit feeling sorry for yourself. Keep doing what you're doing, and stop with this woe's me stuff, because it's not going to solve anything. You killing yourself, what does it solve, Charlie? I'll ask you that question and answer it. What does it solve?
You know what? I don't have an original answer to that.
Maybe all the headaches from the listeners.
So here's the deal: if you can't answer that question, then erase it from your mind. And change something else. Hold on. Change something else in your life that you can potentially change than that.
Do you have a job?
I think he's retired.
Between stuff right now, I'm in a bad life situation right now.
All right. Well, don't take it out on yourself. Take it out on life. Do something with yourself.
I actually like Dan.
Okay.
I may call in. I'm not sure. When I'm done talking, he probably doesn't give a molecule of thought into me. But I like this guy's mind. I think that he is a unique individual. I think that he would be a cool mentor, if you will.
Dan's a good guy. Let me tell you something. Dan's a good guy. Dan is far more softer. And I'm not trying to blow Dan's spot up, but Dan's far more softer of a soul than he is on the air. His on-air persona is a way more prickish and narcissistic than he is as a human being. As a human being, he's the first guy to pull over and try to save that person in a car wreck. He's done many a times. He's a kind soul. But on the air, he plays a little bit of a prick role, and he does it well.
So, hey, guys, listen, I'm going to hang up, but I will say this. Dan, between you guys, I do have there's a respect that I have for you. There's a kindness to you, so I'm going to leave it at that. You guys have a good day. I'm out.
Thanks, Charlie.
Be safe.
Don't kill yourself. Do not kill yourself. It's not anything to joke about. And as a broadcaster, when somebody says that, you've got to take the extra mile, even if it's a troll, even if it's somebody who wants to hear themselves. You just, for liability and, I don't know, just for all types of different situations, you've got to try to stop them. And I've had real ones. I had I don't know if Lummy was not here. Obviously, he knows the library better than anybody. But I had in the power. I've had 3 of these.
Do you believe the last one you had?
Well, it would have been this one.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think Charlie wanted to hear himself on the air, and he knew a topic that I cannot just hang up on him on.
Right.
He definitely got you on that one.
He's smart. He's smart like that. But we did
a couple weeks ago with Strauss TV. I think he had said that. I think he was suicidal, and we talked to him on the show. So
my opinion of him,
he could be. I mean, obviously the guy's got demons. He is, someone that is difficult to talk to. So he's probably a little socially awkward. He doesn't have family, which means he doesn't have kids, doesn't have a wife. Maybe his parents are dead. Maybe he's an only child. He's between jobs. He's having financial issues.
He's an alcoholic.
He drinks too much. And anyone that says, I have a drinking problem, I'm not an alcoholic, is an alcoholic. And
I can see where he'd be Johnny bummed out.
Yeah, I just hope that if he parks his car in the garage and runs it, it's a Tesla.
I had one. The most serious one was when I was on the Power Pig, and a woman called up. And she said, hey, can I hear Stacy Q, 2 of Hearts? Me and my girlfriend just broke up. It was a lesbian. She goes, me and my girlfriend just broke up. Now, this woman was actually, and I think Inside Edition or Deborah Norville or somebody like that did a big special on it because I did save her life. She was actually in the garage with the truck running and the doors all shut to the garage. And her windows down, and she was on a cordless phone, and she's like, I just want to hear Stacy Q, 2 of Hearts. And because I'm in the process, I'm in the garage. She kind of outlined what she was doing, and I kept her on the phone line. I had Guido call 911. They were able to somehow break into our phone line where she was location-wise.
Are they able to find her?
And hold on, we're on the air when the fire department pulls up and knocks down the garage door, and she was already unconscious. So,
wow. So you're talking like 5-10 minutes difference between life and death.
2 or 3.
Wow.
So, I mean, they took an axe to and this is all live on the air. And because I kept her on the air, they took an axe to her garage door, found her unconscious, and transported her. And I guess when you try to die from carbon monoxide, she'd already puked. Supposedly, the way that goes is you puke, then fall asleep.
Oh, God.
Dan, are you familiar with that?
You don't always necessarily puke. Sometimes you just fall asleep. But the problem is that carbon monoxide binds to your blood more strongly than oxygen. And so once it's in there, it's hard to get it out. And so the only way to fix it is, breathing pure oxygen, which you can't get at home. So if you're like in your car and you're doing that and someone finds you at home, you're still in deep trouble.
Right. So I guess the EMTs had pure oxygen.
Of course, yeah.
And they knocked the door down. There was puke all over the car. They say sometimes you get sick before you pass out. She was passed out We can hear it all live on the air. It was a great situation. Then I had another woman in Fort Myers that had a gun, and she was literally, she was clicking the gun, and she's like, I'm going to load the gun. I mean, I've had a couple of these that I've had to take seriously and inevitably save. I think I'm 3 for 3 on the deal. When we return, I'm really trying to be on time today because I want to clear out all my stop sets and have John Morgan as my last gimmick and be able to run John Morgan like 9:20 to like 9:55 because I got so much to talk to John about. So I'll be pretty much on time today. Back when I return, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. Now, was this Seth? I think they're done with exhibition. This was the opening game of the year.
Yes, sir.
This was game 1.
Oh yeah.
Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and two of the biggest two superstars in the WNBA. Caitlin Clark single-handedly is why I actually on my ESPN app have the Fever as one of my favorite teams. So, and it gives me an update of when they're playing and when tip-off is and stuff. And if I'm near a TV and I can get that channel, I try to watch as much Indiana Fever games as I can. And Seth admitted to the same thing too. He's like, he finds himself seeking out a Caitlin Clark game.
Oh, I knew they were on at 3:30 or whatever to start the day. I planned my day around watching her.
And there was controversy within by the way, the Indiana Fever absolutely got that ass.
Nice.
They destroyed them.
Good.
But
Bubba, can I interrupt for a second? Someone said on chat that you should probably give out the suicide hotline number.
I don't have it. I don't have it. I should. I lost it.
Oh.
Maybe somebody could Google it for me right now. I had it in my notes, and I usually have it right here, but I don't. And the suicide hotline. So maybe you, Dan.
I have the. Oh wait, no. This is the Trans Lifeline Canadian hotline number.
Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Writer Lorraine Hansberry was born on this day in 1930. She was the first African-American woman to have her work performed on Broadway, and is probably best known for her play, A Raisin in the Sun, considered one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
Hers was not a dream deferred.
Hey, Alexa, be quiet. Shut up about some bitch that's in some play. I want to know what the suicide hotline is.
988. That is the suicide hotline.
So is it just instead of 911? Just dial 988.
Jay Fish also said 800-273-8255. That is 1-800-273-8255.
I like to dial 988 better.
988's a lot easier.
988. When we get back...
911 works as well.
Yeah. I mean, 911 or 988 if you're thinking about, doing bad things to yourself. Which one, don't do it. But 2, please, 988. When we get back, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. Angel Reese is such a flopper. She's just like, God, Caitlin Clark is got like 50% real estate in her head.
I think she should pull those weaves right out of her head.
Yeah. We'll get into that next. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Good morning, everybody. Neil Montplaisir, Kane Powers with James. Dave Rocks, 69. CC
Let me get all
Ball,
this.
good morning.
Okay, boom.
Yinzer. Bill Piker. Organic Gene. Oshak.
What's up, Rumble? Do me a favor. Can you follow us? Give us a follow and a thumbs up. We're at almost 10,000 people right now. So give us a follow and a thumbs up so it doesn't look like such a disparagement. Like, oh my God, they got 10,000 people, but they only got motherfucking 50
likes.
Like whatever, 50 willies.
What's up, Nick?
So give it to me, baby. And thank you, Rumble. Hi, Snook Slayer. Rupert Lips. Love Army for Life. Yenzer in Florida. Chub It Up Spice. Let me see if I got any PayPal willies. PayPal, YouTube Super Chat, and Rumble Rants. We have the ability to monitor today. You know we're down a soldier with Lummy Money.
What's up, Happy Jasper? Iggy, good morning. You smell detective, good morning.
I thought I had.
Fan Orlando.
I thought I had.
Donald Jericho. Little Wolvers Afterbirth. Beach Metal. Glowbug. Fan Orlando. Beach Metal, thanks for the donation.
So is money okay?
Oh, yeah.
I gotta get through all these, okay.
What's up, Jeff Fearson?
Knicks, I got the Knicks. So Seth, we're gonna go WNBA into the Knicks.
Honky Kong.
Into Tony winning. And that'll probably take us to the top, and then I'm gonna come back with that religious email.
Okay.
And then Grady.
Rick James.
Dan, I think I should ask John Morgan if I can get it on his cabinet.
Yeah, absolutely. Ask. Push. 50.
What could I be?
Lieutenant Governor?
No, that's something that he's gonna have to. But that's
Run with,
important,
right? You
that's
run with the Lieutenant Governor, or is that something you appoint?
I just want to be like some bullshit job that they got
like head librarian of the state.
Hold on, remember when Charlie had just fucking got a? Are you listening? Remember when? Dan, you listening?
Yes.
Remember when Charlie like lost bad and like I think the governor appointed him like in charge of Florida sports. He was a Florida sports authority.
So what they do is the governor appoints boards, and he can appoint you as the chairman of one of the boards, like the Hillsborough County Transit Authority,
right?
Those kind of things. The airport authority,
right? I need to be on the airport authority. Dan, if I'm on the airport authority, I probably go right through TSA, don't I?
You'd be helpful there. Dad was on that for years, and he was very helpful.
But like, do they give
you would only be in charge of what restaurants go on what?
Hold on,
hangar.
no, Dan. Do you get? Did Joe get VIP when he would? If you're part of the authority?
Fuck yeah, he did. And a lot of those guys came to his funeral too. 15 of them.
Yeah.
I need to get some.
They're gonna put you in the smokers' fucking room and smoke you out.
No.
Smokers conclave.
Over 10,000. What's up, Rumble?
I think it was Lopato. Was for Lopato. Was the head of Tampa Airport, and when he wanted something done, Dad would fight for it.
What's up, Pickleville?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA are the studio lines. I'm afraid to go there because usually I got Lummy that kind of pre-screens them, and he knows Lummy in his full stupid Rain Man type fashion. You know, that's because he knows like Charlie's number.
But they're blocked. A lot of them are blocked numbers.
Oh yeah, well
that's how he knows it's Charlie.
And then he'll say that's a blocked number, and Lummy will give me the heads up. Lummy returns tomorrow. Thank you to Shrach And Vivian on Rumble, we're on the big box front page. I think that lasts till about 7 o'clock. And then we'll be still on the front page, but I think they don't big box it. But it's based on availabilities. I think they cut deals with other content creators as well. So if they didn't create a deal necessarily with somebody else that'd be on the big box front page, then I think we stay. I think we.
Dude, are you okay? You're tap dancing extra hard under the desk today.
Well, I got all that venom in me.
The wasp venom?
Yeah, it my leg is, like.
How do you not distract yourself with that?
What do you mean?
Like
I don't know. I've just been doing this for a long time.
Like it's that loud.
I can make it that loud if I want it. Or I can keep it. Like right now I'm doing it, but you can't.
Well, I was getting concerned because it was like a horse getting closer.
Yeah. Like I'm galloping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. If you're on Rumble right now, we have nearly 11,000 people. Could you give us a follow? Because it looks stupid when we only have 8,100 followers, but we'll do like 11,000 watchers. That means there's a bunch of brand new people, and if you would follow us, and that'd make us feel good about ourselves that you potentially like what we're throwing out. We're just a regular show full of some dudes. Dr. Dandy. Usually we got a big guy that's 6'6", a little bit of a slow adult. And, leave it to us to be the kind of show that lets the slow adult be the boss. I mean, he's the executive producer. Like, usually you want the smartest guy doing that, right? Not the way we roll.
Well, he's the most knowledgeable about the show's history, too.
Right. And we're not calling him stupid, by all means. Lummy's a very integral part of our programming.
He's not a DEI.
No, he's not.
His tongue gets in the way when you talk sometimes.
He's just usually a little tuned up. He's got a little bit of a drinking problem. He's usually, Who
do you think drinks more, him or Charlie?
Charlie. Lummy, moderates his drinking. He really does. Then we got Dr. Dan Diaco, the guy in the white shirt who actually looks like could have a job. And then you got me. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. Don't Google me. I've really gotten myself into some situations that probably will appear on Google that might make you think twice about being my friend.
Do we believe what we read? Or?
No, it's all fake news.
Oh, okay.
It's all AI generated.
Deep fake.
Anything.
Deep fake.
No sex tape. No rating scandal. Nothing. I'm as clean as the wind-driven snow. And then we got Seth Money up there. He is a longtime radio veteran who has been with me now. This is his second stint with me. His first stint didn't end badly, but we just had an employee here that was a dick, and Seth sniffed it out and quit. And quite frankly, Seth was right. And then we got the Macho Man. He doesn't really come on the air very often, very rarely on TV as well. But the Macho Man is our engineer. He keeps this all together. He keeps us on the air. And honestly, I'm not kidding you. He looks like Macho Man. He looks like a 35-year-old Randy Macho Man Savage.
Hey, Bubba, have you decided what you're doing? Are you going to sell your clothes today?
I worked a little bit this weekend. The wasps stinging kind of thwarted my...
Come on.
Listen, you don't understand, man. I got up today.
It's like JFK in the limo.
Chuck got shot. He was at work the next day. You got a bee sting on the IL for a week.
I'm at work. I will tell you this. I don't know what it's from, but like Dan, I don't know what it's from. But when I got up about 11:30 to go pee, and I literally couldn't walk. Like I don't know if you lay there in your bed and
from the venom.
Well, yeah, like I could.
Like you couldn't. Your whole body was shutting down.
No, but like my leg was on fire.
Oh, because it got stung as well.
Right.
Okay.
Like my right leg, my calf, my kneecap, back by my hamstrings, they've all been stung, but they haven't blown up as bad as my hand because, they're a little more fat back there. My hands, I actually have, not so fat looking hands.
Well, 2 days ago you didn't.
So I got a big fat hand, but my legs have got stung actually even more, and I go to get up, and it feels like my leg's on fire, so I had to hobble foot it to the toilet in order to be able to pee. So Seth, yesterday I was going to come and go through all of my old clothes and things like that, and have those listed on our Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyShop.com, because a lot of people seem very interested in some of my old clothes.
They do for some odd reason.
I know, and you who are trying to take a shiz on it, you're like, if I was to be honest, people really, really were into them, and so let's put this. Let's. So I didn't get a chance to go through those clothes like I wanted to, Seth. So by the end of this week, by Friday, I will have gone through most of them and priced them.
Okay.
And then there's going to be a Bubba used clothes section on our merchandise deal. Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. Also, Merch Crick right now is also pricing out lunch boxes, of which Dan carries a lunchbox every day.
Yes, I do.
And so, Dan, I'm gonna actually forward you what we're looking at right now, and you tell me. Here we go. You tell me what you think. Like
a hard lunchbox.
No,
like
no. Insulated little bag that holds 4 or 5 sodas, or
hold on,
whatever you need.
Dr. Dan Diaco. We're thinking about ordering these. And
Dan, do you have food in your lunchbox, or is it just Monsters?
It's mostly just Monsters, maybe a protein bar, but sometimes I have my car keys in there, my glasses. It's there's usually a lot of stuff.
Don't forget the suicide prevention hotline is 988. We had a guy call in at the start of the show named Charlie. He's usually a well-known.
That's beautiful.
He does not like the show, and he usually has some type of nonsense to spew. And today he comes out with right out of the box that he's going to take his life. That automatically puts us in a whole different mode, more cover our ass mode. So we talked to Charlie through it. I think he's okay. I don't know that it's necessarily real, but you got to take it as being real. And for those that have suicide thoughts, please dial 988 for help. So Dan, don't you think those would sell? Because there's a lot of people. There's a lot like Tees, and there's a lot of people that go to work every day, and get-her-dones and carpenters and heavy equipment guys whose wife might pack them a lunch, or they'll take 2 or 3 Monsters, or whatever they like to drink, and I think they would sell out.
Yeah, mine's really handy because in Florida it's always 1,000 degrees, and so whenever I'm going someplace, I usually put a drink or 2 in there, and it stays cold. It's brilliant. And so after 2 hours, when you're hot and you can't find anything, you just zip it open and.
Now, Dan, do you ever use some of those instead of ice? Do you ever use like some of those? Like cold packs that the plastic surgery center sends with people? Do you use that?
I usually don't need to. Just the cold drinks keep it cold. But sometimes if I'm going to be at like a really hot area and it's going to be hours, I'll put one of those like pack ices or like a cold pack in there.
Like
that
what
helps.
You give a woman when she's done like maybe some filler or something like that.
Exactly.
You'll give them those little.
They're gel packs.
Yeah, gel packs, and they're reusable. You can put them.
You can use them 100 times.
You can put them in the freezer and stuff like that. So here's Indiana Fever, Chicago Sky, the number 1 and 2. No, I don't think Angel Reese got drafted number 2 years ago.
No, she was 7 or 8.
Yeah, she was 7 or 8. But last
what
year,
a bargain though, because she brings so much to so much publicity to the team.
But she's also a flopper.
Yeah, well.
Caitlin Clark dropped a triple-double in the season opener against the Chicago Sky, but got a flagrant foul on this play against Angel Reese. And here's what they both had to say in their post-game interviews.
From your perspective, just what you saw on that play, how you interpreted what happened.
Basketball play, refs got it right.
Basketball play, refs got it right. Because that her coach told her, we're going to end this. This is not going to go any further. This is not going to be a distraction. You flopped. It wasn't nearly as big of a deal as you try to make it.
Well, how'd the referees call it?
Flagrant foul on Caitlin Clark.
You got the flagrant. Aaliyah, you got a technical. What kind of happened there?
Amy got the tech? I know. Wait, what? I got the tech? I don't know that. First of all. No. Let's not make it.
Here we go. Here's Caitlin Clark. I love her response. You ready?
Anything that it's not. It was just a good play on the basketball.
Let's not make it anything more than it's not. It was a play on the basketball.
I'm not sure what the refs saw to upgrade it, and that's up to their discretion after watching initial whatever happened during the play and then whatever happened after. We watch a lot of basketball. It's a take foul to put them at the free throw line or rather give up 2 points. I've watched a lot of basketball in my life. That's exactly.
By the way, she's not that good of a free throw shooter. So if she's got an uncontested layup and you got the fouls to give, you're not in foul trouble.
That's the right
Seth,
answer.
Seth, you lock them up. Their shooting arms kind of not bear hug them, but kind of just make sure their shooting arm can't accomplish the layup, and then Caitlin Clark didn't know that she was going to flop.
There's nothing wrong with what happened. The only reason this is gaining so much attention is because Angel Reese started going after her.
Right.
Exactly what it was. I wasn't trying to do anything malicious. That's not the type of player I am. So, yes, wasn't anything like that. And I went for the ball, and that's clear as day in the replay. You watch it. It shouldn't have been upgraded, but again, that's up to the ref's discretion. But I appreciate AB having my back. I guess I don't even know what she did. I didn't see that.
AB's like, I don't even know that I had your back, bitch. I mean, it's
well, AB asked,
so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if they get fined for technicals, but she said, but Caitlin Clark said that she'll cover her fine.
Yeah, I mean, so Reese, Angel Reese gets the ball. Now,
what's she pointing at?
It's the Chicago.
Well,
Angel Reese just had shoved one of the Fever out of the way to get the ball.
Right. That's what I thought. So she had actually kind of fouled to begin with, right?
Right, and
that would have been arguably foul.
All of the Fever big girls are nowhere to be found. So
there really are none.
So
Chicago Sky.
All she does is she grabs the shooting hand and holds you. That's it. She doesn't throw her. Now watch Angel Reese take a flop. There's the foul. She's right-handed.
Her bicep is on Angel Reese's bicep.
Yes, they're basically bicep to bicep.
Yeah, like a hook in the arm.
And you're just gonna stop her from jumping and putting that right on in because that's a give me. I mean, I could hit that. Well, maybe. And I'd be nervous and probably hit it overwards. And so, but she doesn't throw her to the ground, and then Reese flops. Watch, ready?
They got a flagrant foul on this play against Angel Reese, and here's what they both had to say in their post-game.
So, I mean, I'm glad they nipped it in the bud. Everybody's trying to make something that it's not. Here's right after the game.
Walk me through your perspective on the flagrant foul. What was the point you were trying to make to her?
It's just a good take foul, either Angel gets wide open 2 points or, we send him to the free throw line. Nothing malicious about it. It's just a good take foul. Every basketball player knows that.
Walk me through your...
Now, is this halftime or is
that
this...
That was halftime because Caitlin Clark ended with a triple-double.
That's what I'm saying. I was looking at the stats. I'm like, I knew she had a triple-double.
On the flagrant foul, what was the point you were trying to make to her?
It's just a good take foul, either Angel gets wide open 2 points or, we send him to the free throw line. Nothing malicious about it. It's just a good take foul. Every basketball player knows that.
Boom. Love it. Love it. By the way, Dan, have you seen the blonde forward for the Indiana Fever?
Mm-mm.
Look at this.
Well, you guys are gonna
and then they got, actually, both of these girls are on the team. Right, Seth? Both of these girls are on the team.
Yeah.
Outfits or what? Or are you just late?
I mean, usually WNBA girls aren't the most attractive women in the world, Brittany Griner.
Well, they're doing a lot to change that.
Yeah, not letting guys in.
And here's the thing, man. I've seen Caitlin Clark with a little bit of makeup and kind of a sexy, tight-fitting outfit with some heels. And old girl looks good. And,
yes.
I'll tell you right now, man. Hold on 1 second, sir. Hold on. I'll tell you right now, man. Angel Reese is beautiful. She's absolutely.
She is a very pretty girl. Absolutely.
I mean, she may be a flopper.
She's the Bayou Barbie.
And is she the Bayou Barbie?
Yeah.
Is that what they call her?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that name because she's from LSU, right?
That's where yeah,
Bayou.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
I think she could use more eyelashes though.
No, she could use less. She could
fan you with her eyelashes.
Hello, who's this?
I wonder if you can Netflix and chill with her.
Bubba, it's Charlie.
Charlie. Let's stop. You're not going to be the focal point of every hour calling. You got your one call in. If you're having suicide tendencies, dial 988. You got your one call in. I think we made some unbelievable progress on our phone call today. I think we all kind of got to know each other. I think we were able to see how much you respect Dan. I think we were able to maybe talk you out of a low spot. So let's not be a chronic. One call per day. Okay, Charlie? That's it. See you later. Not even looking for a rebuttal on that. 813-90-BUBBA, as long as you're not Charlie. So the Knicks close. I mean, this was, Seth, wasn't the Celtics the number 1 seed in the East?
No, the Cavs were.
The Cavs were.
Yes.
Oh, that's right, who Indiana beat.
Yes.
But
this was 2 and 3. This is just the Knicks. It just means more to New York
because they haven't had. I mean, Boston's been in the finals or competitive.
They won the championship last year.
Right, but I mean, for the last decade, they're in the conversation of being one of the better teams. I mean, I think they've made the playoffs every year. They've won it a few years. And the Knicks, they've been hurting a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah. The Knicks are a very proud franchise. It's been sporadic with they're winning.
They won. They closed out the Celtics. It's now the Knicks and the Pacers for the Eastern Conference Finals. And they got fans. I don't understand why fans crawl up high spaces to celebrate your team winning. Now, if the Packers won the Super Bowl, maybe I would do a gummy or get high with somebody, or maybe even that rare cocktail that maybe 1 or 2 cocktails I have per year.
Yeah, but you're not much of a climber, though.
Oh, I'm not a climber at all. I'm very much.
You're not going to Mount Fuji if they win, man.
I mean, I don't know why these fans in different cities, Philadelphia, New York, have to climb things.
Well, Bubba, New York went next level high with their climbing this year.
I mean,
it was only the second round.
My God, look at that. So, Dan, that guy falls off. Does he now sue the municipality of Florida of New York for having access to the ladder, and then they didn't make precautionary measures to stop people from being able to climb things?
The argument is, Bubba, it's called an attractive nuisance. And so if you have something that's enticing to a child, like a pool that's not protected, or something that looks like really easy to climb to make a stand during a celebration or a party like this, then that's the argument. It's an attractive nuisance that you didn't protect.
So the New York Knicks fans are this looks like to be like
they got that ladder. That ladder's stupid to have there.
This is like maybe an advertising LED sign. I think this might be outside the Garden.
Oh yeah,
this is right outside Madison Square Garden.
From the turnbuckle.
So obviously nobody fell there. Thank God. Here's more New York climbing.
Oh no.
So they got a guy that's got one of the railings, like a people detention railing, and he's crowd surfing the detention railing.
Oh God! No, look at this guy! Oh my!
Look at that guy! Oh my God!
Now some of those wires could electrocute you, couldn't they?
They're 8 games away from winning it all. By the way, they're halfway there.
So this is just like a divisional game. I mean, just like a playoff game. I mean, they didn't even win anything yet.
No,
they're spiking the ball in the playoffs.
They haven't even. They're spiking the ball, and they still got the NFC Championship to go yet. They still got to beat. Is it 7? They still got to beat the Pacers in 7.
Good thing Green Bay never did this.
Green Bay doesn't have anything high enough to climb.
No. But what I'm saying is they made it into the playoffs and didn't get to the Super Bowl so many times. I mean, this is celebrating a little too early.
So. The Knicks still got to get by the Pacers in 7.
I get it. Like the Knicks are New York. They beat the Celtics, which is a huge deal. I mean, they have a very good team. So, I think people are setting their eyes on, what's possibly down the road. I just don't know if this is what New York is all about when people say they love it, or if this is just a group of real fanatics that just go out on the street because really they didn't have anything else going on after the Knicks-Celtics game.
Oh, they got a long way. Who's coming out of has the West been settled yet?
Yeah.
Denver?
OKC and Minnesota.
So who, is it? They still have to go. They haven't been decided, right?
Yesterday was Game 7 with OKC and Denver.
And who won it?
OKC.
So it's Oakland. I'm sorry. So it's Oklahoma.
Yes.
And Minnesota in the vying for the Western Conference Championship, and it's Indiana and the New York Knicks for the East.
Yes.
They're going to pray it's New York in there because there's no markets. Those are all crap markets. The other three teams.
God, they are.
They need a big team in there. So the fix is in.
Yeah, the fix is going to be in. By the way, I'm going to have him on this week. And his number one employee and driver of his motor coach and driver of the merchandise trailer and former gas man when he was a 3-time champion for NASCAR. Tony Stewart, man, people don't realize how decorated of a race car driver he was. A 3-time champion in NASCAR, a 1-time series champion in IndyCar, 4 times.
He's an Indy Series champion?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. In 97.
Did not know that.
He won the whole damn series.
Did not know that.
Yeah, so think about...
That's a guy that can race a goat. Just like you said. He could get on a chicken and race it.
So 3-time NASCAR, 1-time IndyCar, 4-time USAC. That's those, crazy-ass 410 things that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Owner of Tony Stewart Motorsports, owner of Eldora Speedway, and currently, speaking of 410, that's the picture of Tyler was just on, and currently the points leader for the Top Fuel Dragster in NHRA. This was the finals yesterday, and I'm always torn when it's my good friend Tony Stewart taking on my good friend, my buddy Randy from Skag.
He's going to Skag.
So it was the finals. The finals was Tony Stewart versus Justin Ashley. Justin Ashley, the 5th seed. Tony, the 2nd seed in the finals. And, of course, Skag. I'm a big-time Skag spokesperson. I love Skag. I got all kinds of Skag of equipment. I got Deanna Skag mower. But Tony's also been my friend for 25 plus years. And Justin Ashley, the driver of the Skag Top Fuel, Dan, he is absolutely the best in all of NHRA at reaction time.
Oh, he's that quick?
And that's where you a lot of times will win. These cars are so even sometimes that he'll win. But I think Tony matched him. I think they were both in the 4s or the 6s. Tony won his 2nd Wally yesterday in Chicago. Tony's in the white car. My buddy Justin Ashley, driver of the Skag Power Equipment, in the top orange car. Here you go. Now they're both staged. As you can see the lights here, they're both staged. It's fixing to go down. See, it looks like Tony got off it looks like they both got off on about the same time, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's really close. It looks like Tony has it by like 1,000th of a second.
Okay, I'm going to do the start again.
Stewart staged 2nd. They lead the starting line. Tony Stewart's trying to get there. He did it. 3:77.7.
So, look, Justin Ashley, better RT time, but Tony was only, 6 1,000ths behind him. The time it takes to get down the track, Tony 3:77, Justin Ashley 3:818. Tony at 300 and nearly 30 miles an hour, and Justin Ashley at 324.
And 329 miles an hour.
There's Tony's
so
wife.
0 to 329 miles an hour in 3.8 seconds.
Hold on.
Jesus.
Hold on. You of all people can understand speed. 0 to 300 in 3.7 seconds. Now, you know how they say, Dan, with the street cars and stuff, 0 to 60 and, 2.5.
Yeah, it's incredible.
3.1. Mm-hmm. And that's 0 to 60, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is 0 to 330.
Jesus Christ. I can't even imagine the G's
0 to 5 or 6 when they're leaving, 6 or 7 when they pull the chutes. And there's his lovely wife, Leah.
Stewart now a 2-time winner on the season.
There's as much negative G's when they hit the chutes as there is positive G's when they're
more.
Really? The chute's more violent than the takeoff?
There's one more G, 4 to 5 when they take off, 5 to 7 when they pull the chutes.
Jesus.
Winner on the season. His first 2-wide victory. They both left in the 40s. And my goodness,
Bubba, this is a technical thing, but did you know that they're making Hanses now with a little bit of elasticity in the straps so that your eyes don't pop out your head?
So you don't have detached retina?
Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
They're starting to do that now.
Solid day. It was the best car on the property. He was the best driver on the property.
And a big hug between
listen to so You're only racing for 4 seconds. But you're absolutely holding on to a death trap the entire time. You got 5 to 6 G's throwing you back. You got 6 to 7 G's when you throw the chutes to slow down. And listen to how not out of shape. Listen to how out of breath Tony is.
Finals racers here at Chicago. Tony Stewart's going to look over that time slip, and he's going to see that reaction time that he improved on here.
There's my boy Justin Ashley. What a great competitor.
In this final, and Tony, you told me.
Congratulations, Justin and Randy.
That you had to stay in your lane. I want you to take that Wally right there.
Thank you. Congratulations.
We talked prior to this final round, and you told me that getting the monkey
and you don't understand, after last season, they did so bad and he was so down on his team and just so down on their equipment that they sold every piece of equipment. Tony calls it a yard sale. They sold every piece of equipment they had and completely started over because he was so mad at just they couldn't get anything rolling last year. They just couldn't find the clutch setup. They couldn't find the fuel setup, and they were horrible last year. And now he's actually winning the points. Now, Dan, can you imagine this? 3-time NASCAR champion, 1-time IndyCar champion, 4-time USAC champion, and what if he went on to win the one and was an NHRA champion? It's
unbelievable. The only thing he hasn't really done, unless you can correct me, is sports car racing. Has he ever done like the 24 Daytona?
He's won the Rolex. He's run the Daytona. He's won the 24 hours of Daytona.
Wow, there's not much left, is there?
He's won the 24 hours of Daytona. Yes, he has. The only thing that would be left, and I don't know that he would do it nowadays, but I would love to see him get in an F1 car.
Well, he's about 20 years too old. But
No, I know that. But I mean, maybe he's still got that skill set.
They should put him in as the other Red Bull driver because they can't find a second driver.
Well, they could put him as a Red Bull driver and say, if you finish 22nd, it's better than what we were going to do.
Well, the number one guy in racing right now in Formula One is Max Verstappen. He's the Red Bull car, and they have a really good car. He's such a good driver.
Just give him Max setup.
But
by the way, Beach Metal Detector said he hasn't won the Kentucky Derby yet.
of that first one off of your back, that you no longer have to prove anything to anyone. You are the points leader. You are holding your second Wally in 3 races. What does this prove to your competitors?
Well, you got to believe we're real now at this point. I mean, I wouldn't have said it till today. I mean, I've said all along, and I even said it after Vegas, we're making progress. We're not where we need to be yet, but it's hard to be the point leader and not sit there and think you're a contender now. So very grateful. Neil Strauss-Baugh, Mike Damagala, Phil Schuler, the entire Funny Car team, the whole Top Fuel team, obviously, Renai, Dodge, Direct Connection, Code 3 and Associates, Rush Truck Centers, just everybody that's a part of this program. We got so many great partners that it is awesome. So it's just nice we got a consistent race car and we can be in these positions again.
Why is this one emotional?
Shit, who doesn't like winning? You always want to win.
Yes. I wonder when Leah, his wife, says, build me one. I'm getting the itch to come back.
I bet.
And then what would happen if it was Tony and Leah in the finals? Do you bust her ass? Or do you let the old girl win because she's the keeper of the vagina?
Oh, yeah. She's the vagina one.
You smoked the tires on purpose, Seth?
Of course.
Yeah, let her win.
No, everybody knows that.
So we got.
Who doesn't want a 300-mile-an-hour vagina?
Yeah, that's a pretty damn good vagina if you think about it.
Yeah, 0 to 300 in a couple seconds.
There's nothing you can do to hurt that vagina. If that vagina can pull 5 Gs on the way out and 7 on the way in.
Wow.
There's nothing that you're doing that's pulling 5 to 7 Gs on that vagina. No. We got this last week, an email to the show. Seth forwarded it to me. I'm going to read it when we come back. It's a guy that is, he's got an opinion of my religious beliefs and stance, and I'm pretty agnostic, meaning like I kind of believe in there's a higher being. I just don't know which one it is, but I think there's.
It's all the same one, Bubba. See, that's the whole scam. The God of the Jews, the God of the Muslims, the God of the Christians, it's the same God. It's just different names because they have different languages and they grew up in different cultures in different parts of the world. It's the same God.
Because I'm not part of an organized religion doesn't necessarily mean that I don't believe in a higher being. I just don't know what form it comes in. And this guy, is saying that anyway.
It comes in the form here, Bob. Here's the solution. It comes in the form that you understand. And so if you grew up in a Christian world, then that's the form you understand, the God. If you grew up in the Middle East, then you understand it's Allah. It's just it's what is given to you by your culture and by your community, and it's not wrong. There's no one saying that the Muslim God is wrong or right and the Christian God is wrong or right, because they evolved from two completely separate cultures.
So I'm gonna get into this guy who was pretty much not cool with me, and
I feel like he's cool. He said he's finding himself changing the show off.
Yeah, so I don't think you should change the show off because I don't necessarily align with what your belief as far as religion.
Yeah, well, there could only be one.
Part of religion is not necessarily judging those that don't believe that you do. I'm not big on the Bible or anything like that, but I think that fundamentally religion is about forgiving, and religion is not being mad at or ostracizing or quitting somebody who doesn't believe the same belief system that you do. Now I don't talk bad about any religion. I don't talk bad about Jews or Catholics or Muslim. I just say do your own thing. Anyway, a very well-written and somewhat long email. I'll read it next. Hold on.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Leaving there 81. Lockwood legal. Pretty funny. Yankee Jib. What's up?
A little bit cold in here. I felt as if. Seth, you don't got your fan? Oh, yeah, you got your fan.
Yeah. Kabuki Jones.
Oh man, someone just leaked Kanye's new album.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
What happened?
Kanye's album got leaked, and they said all proceeds are going to the Holocaust Memorial Museum. I don't know how that all works.
There can only be one. Nats fan. What's up? Good morning. Yeah, it was the Mexican Navy ship was, I think, a boat with sails. I think it was a sailboat. That's how powerful that Mexican Navy is. They're gonna have a battle with the HMS Bounty.
What's up, Thomas? What's up, Berto?
They got this new boat called Old Ironside.
Let me get this shit racked up. Rack City. Rack City. 10, 10, 10, 20 is in a fucking 50.
I love Mexico. They gave us Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Southern California.
We're at 15. I think our highest is 23,000, isn't it?
20. Yeah, I think we hit that last week.
What's up, Fred?
23,000. 10, 10, 20, 15.
What's up, Mitch? Mark the Frog Dash Cam. Dirt Merchant, $1. Promo code LUMMY. What's up, Nats fan 31?
What's up, Mark?
Sorry, everybody, I'm not present. I'm getting the shit ready for the next gimmick. $16.1. Hit the can you hit the follow button, you rumblers? Can you follow us, please?
Please.
Maybe a thumbs up, but at least a follow. I mean, thumbs up are great, but
what up, LM?
Hey, Iggy. Ghost of Profiles Past, Steve the Grumpy Old Man, Snook, Beach Metal Detectors, FLRG. My hand is just Heather Buster.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Before Dan leaves today about 9, I think his brother Steven's coming in. A rare appearance from Steven Diaco. John Morgan will be on at 9:20. John Morgan, the founder, CEO, main dude of Morgan & Morgan, the largest personal injury firm in the world. Probably one of the most beloved and liked men in Florida. I would say him, Grady Judd. Like, I mean, just as far as, just the way people perceive them and, his philanthropic stuff. They call him Pot Daddy because he invested $10 million of his own money to get recreational marijuana on the ballots and passed. I think he also was behind, not recreational, I said medical marijuana, John Morgan. And then I think he was also very much instrumental in trying to get it on the rec side. And would they lose by, Seth, like 3 points?
Yeah, they got to tweak a few things, but it'll get legalized next time around.
Probably. So now he has, he probably, Dan, you being a lawyer, and if your firm was that large, it was the largest in the world, and you're the main dude, and I wouldn't say you're timed out, but you got thousands and thousands of attorneys that you're not probably doing very many. I got to think that John's probably only up to speed on the real big ones.
Yeah, he's more of an administrator at this point.
Right, exactly.
He's running things. He's not. He's like a CEO more than he is a working attorney.
He probably has maybe that's something I'm going to ask him. Like, how does the day-to-day operations at Morgan & Morgan work? That's
a complicated question. Is
Matt, which is his eldest son? He's got 3 sons: Demo, Matt, and I think maybe Mark. I forget what their name. Like, but they have caseload managers, and I mean, Dan, right? I mean, the scale that they're at is probably unfathomable. The average guy can't even really think, So I think he has now thrown his. By the way, he's one of the largest Democratic donors of all of Florida. When Bill Clinton used to come to town, they would stay at John's house. When Barack Obama came to town, he would stay at John's house. Now, the disconnect started happening with Joe Biden. So Joe Biden obviously in the news today, and by the time Dan leaves, I'm going to need his medical expertise to dive into this. But, is Joe Biden going to die soon? When you have they yesterday or the last couple days have released that Joe Biden has a major spot or major nodule or something on his prostate, and it is what called metastasized.
That means it's spread
into his bones,
which means you're screwed.
Like,
when you have bone mets from any kind of cancer, you are screwed.
And so my question, Dan, when we get into this topic is, if you just were most recently within the last 160 days the president.
100 days, really? 110?
Well, however many.
Yeah, 3 months.
Six. Let's call it 6. 5.5 months ago. 5.5 months ago. Well, no, it was
January 20th.
Yeah, January 20th. And I know, I think the president gets extensive blood work and physicals. I think twice a year. I think
they're not. A president's considered a national treasure. They try to take care of them. They usually get the best health care available.
Yeah, and they go through. I mean, when they get examined, they're doing blood labs. They're doing probably
X-rays.
Stress test. They're doing
everything
that we won't do because of how much it would cost.
Right. They're doing tests that don't have a high yield just so they can screen for everything.
Right. And so my question is, one, how fast can aggressive prostate cancer sneak up on you? And two, how fast can it sneak up on you to where it's now metastasized in the bones? And I think that the answer to that is a lot longer than 6 months. Meaning, like, this isn't, he didn't leave January 21st. And this problem started January 22nd.
Absolutely not, Bubba. Someone dropped the ball, or they just didn't. There's only three theories.
Or they've hidden it from us.
There's 3 theories. Either they dropped the ball, they've been hiding it from us. And the other thought is, and this has been reported amongst a lot of medical professionals over the last 3 years, these turbo cancers. You're seeing younger and younger people getting these more and more aggressive cancers that weren't like that 5 years ago before the whole COVID disaster.
So how much is he?
You wondered, did he get his shots? Did he have turbo cancer?
He had probably every available shot. I mean, how many?
Where's his PSA? How come they didn't do a prostate exam? Why didn't they biopsy him? He's an old guy. You got to look for prostate cancer in old guys.
Just from the extensive lab work that I get twice a year. I get extensive lab work twice a year, and they look at my PSA number, and it's like 0.2. When I think you're really supposed to start getting worried, like when it gets around 4.
Yeah, anything about 2.5, 3, you start worrying.
I'm 0.2.
Right, perfect.
So and then I've had a colonoscopy. I get a colonoscopy every 5 years. Just recently got one last year. There was one little polyp that they removed, and it was close to the rectum anus in a little bit of a cluster. They were concerned about it. They removed it and got it as a biopsy. They got it checked. It was non-cancerous, and they're like, "You're good. We'll see you in 5 years. Keep up with your blood work." But
prostate cancer is slow. That's the whole thing,
right.
Bubba. Prostate cancer is usually a slow-growing cancer. You don't usually see it this far advanced and metastasize unless they drop the ball.
If he indeed has what they say he has. They lied to us. They have been covering this up.
Oh, that's Bubba. They would never cover up. They wouldn't cover up like his mental acuity. They wouldn't cover up some of the decision making. They would never cover up who was really running the auto pen. None of that was a cover up. None of it. All the stuff about COVID was gospel. They were right about everything. None of it's been a scam. We've been fed the truth.
So what were they going to do? Now they're, I don't want to get too far down this topic because it's something that it's where our clickbait's going to be, and I got a couple other things to handle before that. This email about me being the devil, and then a couple of stories on the boat that hit the Brooklyn Bridge and 2 died. and then probably come out with, is Joe Biden going to die soon? But here's the deal. There's now with it, was it Jake Tapper? Is that his name, Seth? Jake Tapper?
Tapper? Oh, yeah, Tapper from CNN?
Tapper.
Yeah. His book, does it not come out today or tomorrow? I think his book comes out today or tomorrow, and he has a bunch of these bombs, like some of these bombs to the point where, because he was kind of an insider with regards to the Democratic Party, and there's reports now that if Joe had won, they were planning on putting him in a wheelchair for his second term.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't going to roll this wheelchair out when he truly needed it, which was about a year ago, because they felt that, it's a bad look for the president. And it is.
Now, Bubba, don't you think it's disgusting that Jake Tapper, who's supposedly a media personality and a newscaster,
was allowed to mediate one of the debates?
No, he's an insider on the Democratic Party, because he is.
Yeah,
he has been a voice for that party. And when anyone challenged him about the mental acuity of Biden over the last couple of years, he attacked them. And now he's writing a book saying that Biden's been a bumbling fool for 3 years.
And he actually...
he's a hypocrite.
He actually...
His book comes out tomorrow.
And he actually is owned... Seth, if you can find a couple... If you could just Google search a couple Tapper pieces, I guess he has owned the fact that he was dishonest, and in the fact that as he's promoting his book and these various things that he may have not been so honest about, he's owning the fact that he lied. Now, what if that happened? What if that was flipped over and it was somebody in the Trump side of things that came out with a book and they said, we lied, we just lied. I knew about it, but I just kept it from the people. And then secondly, why would a guy that's such an insider to the Democratic Party, and so much so that he's such an insider that he writes a book with this almost tell-all about Joe Biden in not such a good way? He doesn't paint Joe in a good light at all. Why would that guy be allowed to be the mediator for the one presidential debate they had?
Exactly. Why wouldn't you? It's a setup, Bubba. This whole thing's a goddamn setup from the beginning.
Why wouldn't you? It's like, and if you question Jake, I'm scratching my leg nonstop. If you questioned before the debate happened between Trump and Biden, where Biden just completely crapped the bed, if you had questioned, well, why is Jake Tapper getting to do it? Why don't they find somebody a little less biased to be like, oh, man, you're not being fair to Jake Tapper's integrity as a journalist. The bottom line is he might work for CNN, but he's going to shoot it right down the middle. No, one, no, he didn't. And two, nothing screams that I'm not fair in mediating the debate when 5 months after the old goat leaves the party, you're now coming out with a tell-all book that doesn't make the old goat look so good. So it just completely is ridiculous on how they manipulate us. And if you call them out, then it's your problem. This book's gonna sell. It's just going to sell because everybody wants to know the dirt on Joe.
And Bubba, what this was if he had been able to run, they knew he was dying. They knew he'd be around for maybe 2 years. They knew that Kamala would then just inherit the presidency and then win again. This was a ploy to try to get 12 years out of the Democrat leadership.
Here's the email that I got that we need to address. We'll talk about this a little bit. Then we'll go to words. I got to stay on time today. Maybe I'll get that Mexican ship that hits the Brooklyn Bridge. 2 people died.
It's crazy.
Now, what is the if you're the captain, and I'm driving this boat, and I say, Seth's my first mate. Hey, Seth, we're getting ready to go underneath the bridge.
Power went out.
The power on the boat went out?
Yeah.
Just like the other one, the power went out.
It was never supposed to go under the bridge.
Oh, so they didn't have a way to navigate it.
It was a sailboat. They could have used sails, but it was a mock sailboat.
Why didn't they
were
call,
on the 1970 or 1700.
why didn't they call like a couple tugs to come in and smash the side of it to keep it off the bridge, or maybe it happened too fast?
Yeah.
I don't know how all that works, man, but I finally saw one angle where you can see the people driving on the boat, like the people driving right by where it starts to hit. And obviously the bridge was okay, but...
Did the two people die, Seth, on the boat or on the bridge?
On the boat.
Okay.
Because there were people that were all the way up on the sails.
Oh, okay. Like
Masts,
with the Watchman's Tower or something like that.
I don't know. They were all there were like
crow's nest.
There was like I don't know, Bubba. There was like 100 people that were all hanging from it once they hit the flag. I don't know what kind of setup they were doing, but there was more than just a couple people.
I think
up
that's
top.
where the expression crow's nest comes from, because back in the day, those type of ships had these lookout points that were on the mast of the sail.
Land ho!
And they would be able to, and I think that's where the word crow's nest comes from. Somebody can check me on it. Email. This comes from, I don't know who it comes from. I don't know if the guy signed his name or not. I love Bubba, and I've listened long enough to know how he is about making fun of some things, which I love. It's hilarious, and no one else can do it like Bubba or him. I love how he knows his crowd, and he's the GOAT in my opinion. But any chance you can sneak a hint to him not to make fun of religion. I am a non-denomination Christian, so I let a lot of this slide, and I'm not picky, but I believe so. But I believe so. He puts me in a position where I have to consider turning off the show when I don't want to. I know it won't go over well, and I want to say other religions that aren't based off the same God are fair game, but I'd be a hypocrite. I know I'm asking a lot, but you would really help me through my blue-collar day, and it would help so much. My question to you is, give me an example. Right, sir? Obviously, you have our email, show@thebubbaarmyhq.com. Write me. You obviously have written us a letter that we got, so you have the domain to get it to us. Give me some examples that I, is it my rendition of Easter when I say, Jesus kicked the rock and kung fu'd a couple guards and partied through the city with some freaks? I mean, that's me just being a smartass and about what happened. But Dan or Seth or Macho Man, can you guys give me an example of where I've done what this guy has said?
You say religion's stupid, it's a scam.
What's that?
You said religion's stupid and it's all a money scam.
Well, organized religion is.
Hey, if you remember, if you want to follow the Bible, what did Jesus do? He went in where all the rabbis were selling things and tchotchka at the temple, and he knocked over everyone's tables and destroyed it because he did not like the commercialization of religion.
Right.
Even Jesus said it sucks.
So what I'm saying is, like, if you want to be religious, you don't necessarily have to go to that mega church and spend a bunch of money or go to a building with stained glass windows. You can be religious from your very own home or your dwelling or from your car and it not cost you anything. I think that religion has turned into a huge money deal. It's follow the money trail with these mega churches and things like that. But it doesn't mean that I don't believe in the fundamental aspect of somebody being religious. I think religion, loosely net, from being a Muslim to being a Jew to being, Catholic to being Protestant to being Baptist, just all of it is a template for you to be a better person and to cope with some of the curveballs that life throws you.
Yes.
That's what religion is. It's a
guide. It's supposed to be a guide.
It's a sense of belonging to something in a positive way that can help you guide your life in a positive way. And it doesn't mean that it's Muhammad. It doesn't mean that it's, God. It doesn't mean that it's Jesus. It just means that they use those people that I mentioned in an authoritarian type way to be the head of said religion that you believe in, to guide you through life. Life is tough. Life is not fair. Life throws you all types of curveballs, and religion helps you deal with the problematic portions of our life. I've never made fun of it. I make fun of it when, remember that one pastor and the woman said, "Why do you need a $6 million private plane?" And he goes, "Because the devil is in you think I want to go fly in a little tube where the devil is?" These mega church pastors and stuff like that, those are the people that I'm most critical of. I'm never going to fault. I've never faulted Seth in his belief.
You've been respectful of his beliefs.
I've never been.
Quite the contrary.
I've never made fun of Dan and his Catholic beliefs, other than they've paid billions of dollars of touching little kids,
which is factual.
But I disagree with you. And if you really like the show, then I think that you would turn the show. If I start getting religious, it's usually in a funny, cynical type way. And I don't know why that would make you want to turn the show off. You fundamentally are being a hypocrite, because in almost every religion, it says, in the Jewish faith, I'm sure it says somewhere where, listen, if you're with somebody who doesn't believe in your faith, don't hate them.
Oh, it says kill them in some religions.
Yeah, well,
no, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say don't hate them. It says kill them or convert them or kill them. That's what most religions say, and that's
trying
factual.
to convert me right now. He's not ready to kill me yet.
The answer to the back of the day was, if you're not one of us, you're dead.
Yeah. Well, I think we've maybe progressed a little bit since then.
Hopefully.
And so, sir, write me back a little bit more specific instances that I have. Tell me the few times that you've wanted to turn the show, and what the topic matter was, and what I was saying that led you to be that mad to, one, email us, ask me to stop talking about religion, and two, there's been incidents where you've wanted to change the show.
The Scientology. Do you think that's if you're that's an absolute scam. Like, I'll just go ahead and tell you, if you're a Scientologist, I'm going to be making fun of you all the time. I'm sorry, John Travolta and Tom Cruise and maybe Hulk Hogan. Sorry, but that's a scam. When your god is Xenu, and they make you grab 2 soup cans, and this meter tells you how clear you are. There's no reading the Quran or the Bible, the New Testament, the Old Testament that's set up like that. That's a joke. And by the way, I don't think any religion makes you give them every dollar you own to the church and sign over your house and be a zombie follower of this said religion. I don't think that Judaism, I don't think Catholicism, I don't think Presbyterian, Baptist, Muslim, I think they fundamentally want you to work hard and tithe. I know they want you to tithe, but in tithing, I don't think they say, give us everything you got so you're living in a tent.
Well, tithing is 10%.
I know. But it's not giving them everything you got to live in a tent.
No, it's not. And even the Muslims, encourage donating, charitable donation, and giving money to the people that need it. So, most religions do encourage some sort of charity, but to give everything to the church.
Scientology doesn't. Scientology says,
greedy.
Give it all to us, and then we'll make sure we get it to who needs it. Most religions say, give us a little vig, and then maybe do some other good stuff for people as well. But give us just give us a taste. Wet our beak a little bit, and if you all give us some, collectively we'll have enough to make this work.
You can criticize priests for Catholic priests for some of the indiscretions that they have been guilty of over the last 20 years. But I'll tell you what, you don't see Catholic priests driving around in $100,000 cars and flying in $6 million jets. The one thing about the priests is they are humble in their monetary exploits. They have very little money. They have very little things themselves. The priests give everything they have to their religion, but they're not expecting that from all the parishioners.
When I return, we're going to get into the boat, the Mexican boat, Well, I don't think it's from Mexico. I think it's an American boat that has Mexican decorations on it.
Oh, I thought it was a Mexican naval ship, like a celebratory, like a ceremonial ship. Like we have a couple sailboats in the Art Navy.
You mean like
it was a Mexican Navy sailboat.
Old school kind?
Yeah, it's more for, promotions. It is
like
it's
the
not going to fight
pirate
a Yeah, dude. And they have like cannons, big slingshots,
right,
a mirror so you can get in your eyes with the sun.
So it was like a tourist Mexican deal.
Yeah.
Kind of like we have here in Tampa, the pirate Gasparilla boats that,
exactly.
that Jeff Knight hit.
Exactly.
Although
it's
that
just
was
like that.
I think that was a dolphin watching excursion boat. But this is one of these big commemorative, Mexican war boats that take you like around, like that putt around the Hudson a little bit and probably give you some different, background about what this boat did back in the day, and it fought off, however many.
It seemed like they were doing a show or something. It was how many people that were on there.
Maybe it was like a dinner cruise.
Those boats require, Seth, a ton of people to run. There's so many different things going on at once.
A Mexican sailboat with 277 people on board crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge on Saturday, killing 2 people. So they're calling it a Mexican Navy sailboat. We'll get into that.
That's why we're so scared of Mexico invading us.
They did.
It's an act of war.
But Mexicans not good on keeping up with their engine maintenance program, so they're going to run out of power eventually. We'll get into that momentarily. We'll also get into, again, is Joe Biden going to die? I think Joe Biden will be dead by the end of this year.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Dan, if it's already metastasized in your bones and your prostate cancer is that aggressive, how much time does a guy have?
Probably a year.
Back with that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
But even with the wind, Veritas, you're right. An anchor, an anchor would work. Throw the anchor. Then you're not going to float into a bridge. And sometimes one tugboat can't stop a giant boat that's being pushed by the wind because it's a sailboat. And it's off angle. And sailing, you make an adjustment and you wait a minute for things to start changing. Sailboats don't make sharp pinpoint turns. Maybe modern racing ones do, but not a 3-mast, 15 sail. Warship.
22-1 on Rumble. That might be a record.
22,079.
Is that the record?
I don't know. I mean, I think we got to 23 maybe.
I mean, if we hit 24, I know that'll be a record. So that's what we need to hit. 24K. Still on the big page. Fucking, let's eat. We're letting it eat. It's fucking eating.
Someone said that their father had bone cancer from the prostate, and he still lived another 5 years.
Okay.
5 to 7 years. I don't know. He looks like he's been dead for a year, so. What's up, Colonel Grom? Judy Casbier Collins. Referee Fred said 26,000 was the record.
26?
I think so.
Referee Fred, are you sure?
What's up, John?
I don't think so. I need somebody to come in with a verification on that.
Steve.
I'm just not going to believe Referee Fred. Sorry, Referee Fred. I need somebody to verify. I never even heard of Referee Fred before.
I know.
What do you mean? He's cool.
He said that 26,000 was our all-time bet, and I don't think that was our record on I thought it was more like 23,200 or something.
Stop and go, Steve.
Because we're close to it. We're 22-2 right now.
I don't think referee Fred would lie.
I don't think referee Fred knows what he's talking about.
Oh, I don't know about that.
If Trump walked on water, they'd say he couldn't swim. Oil cancer.
Bubba is my God. I think 26,000 is the record. Okay, referee Fred, I profusely am sorry.
And Xerxes confirmed that too.
Okay, referee Fred.
You win.
I'm going to take an L and you're going to take a W on that one, referee Fred.
Don't argue with a ref, dude.
Yeah. That never goes away.
Technical foul.
So why did that other girl get a technical? Did she touch the ref? Because she looked like she was trying to break up the fight.
I don't think she got one.
No, she did get a technical.
Her and Angel Reese got technicals.
For touching the ref? Is that why?
No, I don't really know what. Maybe there was some more dust up after. I would just focus on Caitlin Clark walking away, but.
Pickle Phil. I believe this is 3.
Iggy, I wish it was 62,000. My God. 22.5. You think we can hit 23? And another minute out. And for if you're watching us and you're brand new, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show from Tampa, Florida. We kind of talk about just all kinds of different guy shit. Some political. Like this next one's not political, but then we're going into, is Joe Biden going to die? But more importantly, can you follow us? Because we're only at, we just got this recent push from Rumble because they love us. They know how good we are. But that is, we need some followers. We need you to watch, potentially thumb up, but more importantly, follow. Thank you.
You know you would do it for Dan Bongino.
You would do it for Dan. I'm Bubba Bongino.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Hi, I'm Bubba. Dr. Dan is in the white shirt. Seth Kushner up on your upper right. Broadcast live from studios very much close and located to the Tampa International Airport. Have been in these particular studios since 2011. Talking about, again, if you're watching us on Rumble, thank you. It looks like, I think our all-time record's 26,000. We might beat that. It seems like it's continuing to grow. And please, if you're first time, follow us. Become a follower. We appreciate that. But we're usually on the front page of Rumble for a couple hours because we're kind of like Rumble's denoted morning show, if you will. They like us. We like them. Thank you. Here is the second probably hottest story everybody's talking about over the weekend, and that's the Mexican, decorative Mexican commemorative boat that was in the Hudson River that lost power. Now, I don't know if it was a dinner cruise or...
I don't think it was a dinner cruise.
What was it then?
Bubba,
what were they doing?
Have you seen
it? Yes, I have.
I don't...
So, what were they doing?
I don't know. It looked like it was a manned ship. It didn't look like it was like a touristy thing at all.
So, I
didn't look up what it was doing, but I will.
Yeah, like what were they doing?
Were trying to promote Mexico. Again, the U.S. Navy ships that are sailboats, they use them arguably to say, it's to teach these guys how to sail, but it's more for, promotion.
Maybe old girl.
Someone said it was a parade, a naval parade.
All right, it was a naval parade. It was a Mexican naval parade.
Now to the investigation into the crash of the Brooklyn Bridge. A Mexican Navy tall ship slammed into the iconic structure, killing at least 2 people. More than a dozen others were injured. Several members of the crew who had been on the mast before they hit the bridge were suspended helplessly in midair.
Did you see that one person that was up there being suspended.
One
Couple
after
of them, yeah.
another. Onlookers watching in disbelief.
We thought it was maybe going to go under the Brooklyn Bridge at like the highest point, so it would avoid striking the mast. But then we noticed it was going backwards.
And it kept coming and coming and coming. And I just remember thinking, wow, this is so odd. Like, it's getting too close. And then it crashed.
First responders rushing to the scene to aid the injured. Luckily, officials say no one fell into the water. Officials say there was no major damage to the bridge.
This is a tough bridge. It was overbuilt from the very beginning, and it's withstood an awful lot.
We are just feet away from the ship, and at the top, you can see those.
Look at that old Coug.
Yeah, it looks great.
Nice for a Coug.
Snapped masts that hit the underside of the Brooklyn Bridge. Up there right now, you can also see people in harnesses. NTSB investigators among those now on.
Well, tell us what they were doing on the boat. Like, you know, what was the boat? Was it a dinner cruise? Was it just a sightseeing boat? Was it a get on the boat and we'll give you the Mexican warship heritage of New York City?
On the scene.
What the NTSB is going to do is treat this exactly like they would an air accident. They're going to take a look at everything.
This crash brings back memories of March 2024 when a cargo ship slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge
in Baltimore. Remember that?
Baltimore after it lost power, causing a catastrophic collapse.
Let's not forget one of the most famous bridge collapses ever.
Here.
Where it was in Tampa, Florida back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Where
90s.
Was it the
No, it was 80s.
No,
it was early 80s.
It was in the 80s.
No, it was in the 70s.
Was it?
Yeah, because I was in middle school.
And I think
what was the name of the boat?
I don't know.
6 construction workers were killed.
Just so people know, this boat, the one that crashed on the Brooklyn Bridge, it lost power, and it was never supposed to go under the bridge.
Right. I think it's supposed to just kind of.
People think that it just went in there on purpose.
No, it lost power. It was supposed to just kind of roll around in the bay, maybe get kind of close to the bridge, but make a hard left or a right, go maybe parallel to the bridge, and then maybe go back to where it came from.
You can see why England wasn't really worried about their navy.
In New York just last week for a
I think Mexico's really not been really like people's ever had to really worry. I think they worry about the cartel more than they do the I don't even know that Mexico has a navy.
Well, apparently they do. And, during the early 1900s, when Roosevelt was, speak softly and carry a big stick, his big stick was the Navy. And so his Navy decimated anyone that challenged it, the U.S. Navy.
Goodwill tour, and officials say it was headed to Iceland when it crashed. And now investigators are trying to figure out exactly how this could have happened. Lindsay?
Hold on. This boat was headed to Iceland, or the one from Baltimore was?
No, that one.
The sailboat.
Construction workers were killed. This ship arrived in New York just last week for a goodwill tour, and officials say it was headed to Iceland when it crashed. And now investigators are trying to figure out exactly how this could have happened.
So it looks like maybe this was a Mexican / country of Mexico boat that was on a goodwill tour that was probably visiting various countries,
Like I said, it was a Mexican military naval boat that was on a promotional tour.
Earlier tonight, the Mexican Navy tall ship, I don't even know what the hell it's called, lost power and crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. At this time, of the 277 on board, 19 sustained injuries, 2 of which remain in critical condition, and 2 more have sadly passed away, from their injuries. That's just still photos. Here are all types of different other angles. This seems to be like maybe Seth, like a guy from his high rise or his apartment, or from a building that is probably on. This looks like the New York side.
There's a towboat right there. Do you see it?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why didn't he just, maybe he didn't get there fast enough? But if he would have got up here real fast, boom, and got to the very front of the boat and went and pushed it back. Here's as it's happening.
To watch it crash into the Brooklyn Bridge. It's totally crashing. Look, the sails are hitting it. Look! Oh my god.
God. What is going on?
Oh my god.
What is going on?
He sounded high.
As a kid.
Here's another. Here is a perspective of a person that was on shore not that far away from the boat, as the boat has lost power and is drifting towards the bridge.
Is it better it lost power here and had the tragedy rather than if it was halfway to Iceland?
I don't know. Halfway to Iceland, it's summertime. So, I mean, well, it's
summer enough.
Well, it's summer enough. It's not December. So I think, Seth, if they lost power halfway to Iceland, and as long as the boat still had floating integrity, meaning it hadn't hit an iceberg or hit something so that the boat still floats, like the integrity of the boat, the only thing wrong with the boat would have been that it's lost power.
That would have been irrelevant, Bubba, because in open water it doesn't need power. It's a freaking sailboat.
All right, but
it would just keep sailing. The only time they need power is in confined areas like a port or a river when they're trying to maintain a certain path at a slow speed. Normally, if it's somewhere halfway between here and Iceland, it loses power. Whatever, they'll fix it and they'll just keep sailing.
Or they could call and somebody, could come out there and at least accompany them to Iceland or fix the deal. But you're in the middle of wide open waters. There's not a lot of things to hit, I'm thinking.
Right. There's nothing.
And and
a seal.
And I think during when we were during commercials, the hot mic, I think a couple people make some great observation. Is why didn't the captain throw the anchor?
I don't know.
Like as soon as he knew he didn't have the power to turn that boat around from hitting the bridge, throw the anchor.
Sometimes, Bubba, anchors are secured because they don't necessarily throw them in an emergency. And so before they throw the anchor, it takes about 30 seconds to 2 minutes to
get it ready.
To get it ready to throw. Unlock it.
And then sometimes they have like these big sludge hammers and these big guys like Lummy that have to hit the chain
to get it go.
Right. And then it goes. But I got to think, Dan, if the captain was never, when he had power, ever going to go that close to the bridge. He was going to turn around, or make a turn and get not even probably, I don't know, maybe a half mile from the bridge. Like, he wasn't going to go right next to the bridge. So I'm assuming that when he starts to make his turn and there is no power, it's not he's not this close to the bridge. Like right now, he's not thinking, oh man, I ain't got no power. He had to have, it would be interesting as they do the report on this to see how long did the captain know he didn't have power.
So what's also interesting, Bubba, is without power, it's still lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably the generator part, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
And let me ask you a question. Are the two people that died somebody that might have been high up in the crow's nest?
Yeah, or the yard arms, the horizontal things that hold the sails up. Sometimes they're straddling those things too because they're adjusting sails.
So there's two people.
Maintaining.
Those are probably where the two fatalities came from.
Probably the impact. They just probably got just smashed.
Because it doesn't look like to me that any part of those are probably made out of wood.
Yeah, ideally.
Those called masts.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look like any of the masts actually fell onto the people. Let me keep.
No, they just kind of stayed there bent.
So, again, it's going to be interesting. The NTSB is going to be reporting. I mean, this is going to be, right? I mean,
it's got to be a DEI deal, wouldn't you say?
Lack of air traffic controllers.
It's got to be something.
Yeah. I wonder, Dan, with all the maritime shipping action that they have in the Hudson, which is a very, very
active,
waterway for barges and for them to get things to port. I'm sure they have some type of regulation monitoring, dispatch, if you will, of people that are navigating in a commercial type way down the Hudson.
You would
like,
think.
for instance, I don't know if you guys all know this. Let me tell you this. If you're a boat captain and your boat is so big, like even the Princess Cruise Lines, the gambling cruise lines, the gambling Dan, that they may only have 200 or 300 people on board, but if you go if you navigate now, I'm not talking about Spartacus or anything like that, Dan, but if you get a big boat that's big, and it might have something to do with the if it's a commercial versus private, and you try to navigate through the Tampa Bay Sunshine Skyway, that they have what they call pilot ferries, and the cruise lines have to stop like 2 miles out before the bridge, and they have this ferry house that's like a lighthouse in Fort DeSoto, and they come and bring you your captain, a captain that knows the waterways of Tampa, Florida, and the shipping channel, and because it's just the shipping channel is only so, like, if you get off of it, you'll run aground. They've only dredged it so many feet.
Right.
And so I don't know if you know this or not, like all the major cruise lines and everything going out and coming in have to have a Tampa Port Authority ferry captain do it. And they take them right to the side of the boat and lift this little ladder down, and he brings the boat into, if you're out to sea, he'll bring it through the bridge and then to the port, and it's literally like 500 a boat.
Oh yeah.
And here's the deal. The captain is in charge of the entire boat. You know that. Like if you're on a cruise line, the captain is God.
Yep.
Like
he runs the boat.
He runs the boat. Like he's the
and has more authority than you think on open water.
Oh yeah, especially international.
Yeah.
So, but hold on. Did you know that when a Tampa ferry boat do you know he assumes he is now the captain has to answer to him?
Yes.
At that point,
they have to forego their yes.
Yes.
They have to give it up.
Right.
It happens in New Orleans too. You can't go through New Orleans on the Mississippi River without a pilot. And those pilots, their dads were pilots, their granddads were pilots.
It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
It's also nepotism because it's a very, very, very lucrative job.
Oh, it's
so they give it to their kids.
And they listen. You'll stay out there for like 3 days. You may do 2 boats a day, but you'll make $3 or $4 grand, and then you get like 4 or 5 days off, Dan, and then you go back out there and you got to stay for 3 days. And there's
an interesting job.
But here's the deal. It's very, very sketchy. Knowing the waterways and knowing the winds and knowing the weather and knowing the prevailing currents and it's not nearly as, it's nerve-wracking.
How many people died back in the day?
When the Sunshine Skyway fell down?
No. I'm just talking about like back in the day, like the 1600s, when people were just like trying to sail and find other land. I mean, I feel like they didn't really focus in on a lot of people that died, but I feel like it would be the majority.
You mean like some crazy bastards get on a boat in England and say, "Hey, we're going to America," and like how many times did that boat not make it?
Well, you're talking about like all of the things you need to know before you go out on the boat, and I don't think those are anything that you could know back in the day.
No, you don't have near the instrumentation. You don't have near the equipment or power.
Weather.
And I think back then,
you're using a sextant to guide yourself.
Well, and here's the deal. There was no power back then.
Right.
And when were steam engines invented?
They were used a lot in the 1800s, but they were probably invented in the early 1800s.
When we return, so that we stay on time, we're going to dig into this Joe Biden deal. Former President Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer to the point where it's metastasized in his bones. Now, I got a doctor here, and he says that doesn't happen in 120 days. That it just doesn't. And as much as they poke and prod you as the president, because you are at this point realistically a piece of property owned by the United States of America. You are the most important, figurehead in our entire country, and we need to know the status of your health, because our national security, everything is relying upon you and your health. I mean, right? I mean, we've got, and I just don't think that last week President Biden was seen for a new finding of the prostate nodule after experiencing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastases. What's it called?
Metastases.
Metastases.
It's stage 4
to the bone.
Yeah, he's screwed.
Now, you don't get this
in 3 months.
You don't get. So they had to have known about this, and they have been keeping it from us, which and I can't wait to get John Morgan on the phone at 9:20, is the fact that, it even makes him running for president and not letting there be a primary situation more of a selfish act. If he knew about this and was going to be like, I'm going to run, win, and then if I get sicker, I'll just give it to Kamala. And that's how we'll get Kamala in. But if he knew about that should be criminal.
Yes.
And the fact that it's
got to be hard to keep up with all the body doubles, though.
And we're just now hearing about it. We're hearing about it just now.
Well, did he just find out? Did Biden just find out that he had it?
You would think that this is something that we've known that they knew about for years, because it's gotten so advanced.
It cannot. Something like this, Dan, I think
it's
takes.
Sketchy.
I think this. You're a doctor, but I have. I get my colonoscopy and my colon and my prostate and all that. This is not. This is something, in my opinion, Dan. You're a doctor. This is something that takes years to get to this level. This doesn't start out when they find it for the first time, as you get 2 physicals a year, very thorough physicals. I don't think that this is something that just pops up on you at this severity, meaning something this severe starts out somewhere else, right? I mean, this starts out as a prostate spot, with
the elevation of a PSA, you biopsy it, then you do a TERP, and all of a sudden you're cured.
Yeah, or chemotherapy or radiation, early on. When this first starts rearing its ugly head, it doesn't rear its ugly head at this level. I don't think.
No chance?
No chance that.
Why don't if he
120? No chance that in January of this year he had a clean bill of health.
Nope.
And May of this year he's now got cancer, such an aggressive part of prostate cancer that it's metastasized into his bone.
If he knew for a while, why do you think he didn't seek treatment?
Because if seeking treatment might have gone public. I don't think that he could probably, I don't know if you can kayfabe treatment, because Dan, treatment would have involved radiation and chemotherapy. The American public, would have seen signs of hair loss and, right?
Maybe. It depends on the chemotherapy, and the radiation you wouldn't see any signs of, but you'd have to go someplace, 5 days a week for several weeks.
Right.
Which we did not see happen.
And they could have maybe, even if they were going to be really kayfabe about it, set a cancer treatment center up in the White House. But somebody would have known about it. Somebody would have leaked it.
100%. You would think. But, maybe they were trying to neglect him. Maybe this is a big conspiracy. Maybe they do want him dead.
Oh, man.
Is he the real Joe Biden? People say it's a different Joe Biden. Look at the ears. The height in the ears. The Joe Biden has shrank and grown several times over the last 4 years. And some of the pictures he has pixie ears, but in the picture you're showing today, he doesn't have pixie ears. And pixie ears is a plastic surgery thing. When you have a facelift, it pulls the earlobe down and it goes straight into the side of your cheek instead of having an earlobe. And he had that, and now it doesn't look like he has it anymore. So who the hell is Joe Biden?
Shadow Panda 10 on the cash. We'll start digging into this next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Yeah, I will. I will.
All right, we're gonna call a 20-second timeout.
You're gonna call a 20-second timeout?
We're gonna get back on track here. We're gonna run early. I'm glad there was no Diddy shit on the weekend. I had, you know.
It's kind of nice,
but less sickening.
Kind of gave you a little bit of relief of having to worry about it. But you know they're going to start this shit back up today. I'm going to ask Morgan what he thinks about P. Diddy.
No, I am.
Okay, you can.
Okay. I just got to ask him about the Dreamers for Joe from the West Side.
I get that written down as a question.
I feel like you're the kind of guy that disregards your questions.
No, not really. Not when it comes from Joe from the West Side. That goes right to the top.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, well,
because I'm the one that's got to take the blame for it.
No, right to the top, buddy.
Because then if you forget to ask him, you're going to have to call him up off the air and ask him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be awkward. Oh man, if he talks shit about Sternberg, that'd be kick ass.
Who, John?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh man. How about that jailbreak, eh?
What's that?
You see that jailbreak in New Orleans?
I heard about it.
No.
I think 11 guys got out.
Oh, I did see it. I did see it.
They caught a bunch of them already, I think.
Did they get 3 or 4?
I think there's 5 on the loose. I think, maybe.
Oh, they got 3. They got 3 of the 10, it looks like.
Thank you, Gary, for the information. The highest level ever was 26,206, May 8th.
It's not 100% curable, everything, Willie, but it's certainly very treatable.
Thanks, Todd Guru. I appreciate your appreciation.
YouTube, I need some thumbs up. We're 762. Let's get a G-ball on that, okay? Appreciate you. I love you a lot.
Man, I feel like you could disappear easy in Louisiana. Get me a, what are those boats with the propeller,
You could just get Jameis Winston to drive around on one of those,
No, he's in New York now. What are those giant with the Everglades where they ride in the boats? What are those called?
Airboats.
Airboats, yeah.
You could just disappear into the swampland.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hang out in the swampland for, a little bit, wait for things to die down. And then go to Mississippi or Georgia.
Yeah, you want to get up north.
It is like Shawshank, Danny. I don't know if it's gonna have quite the ending that Shawshank did with me crying and 2 men hugging on a beach, but there's hope for a real life Shawshank. Those motherfuckers rode too easy on top of on the wall. They used the wrong 2, but let's not be grammar police, guys. Okay? I mean, please.
Hey, everybody.
Now, Flacco to the Steelers would be tough since he's on the Browns. Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers. Oh, fuck. My rhomboid. Ooh. Got a fucked up rhomboid. Lit up over the line. Don't make fun of me, Unsavory, or you'll be banished.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Not as aggressive on the money begging, if you will, because Lummy's not here, I should say. He's probably traveling back from Fort Walton Beach sometime this afternoon. We'll have Lummy up in the catbird seat tomorrow. I can handle PayPal. I don't think we've had a lot on PayPal. Seth can handle YouTube super chats, and Dan can handle Rumble rants, and I don't think there's been a lot of any of that, which is fine. Give you guys a day off from us begging and driving you insane. 9:20 today, the John Morgan for the people. Pound law, that's all. Hold on. Back when we used to have him on the air.
Farts and sex is funny.
It's so crazy to see Morgan and Morgan in the middle of a WWE wrestling ring.
Oh my God, it does it not?
It's insane, yeah.
I'm gonna remind him about this, Dan.
I'll make it the Morgan and Morgan studio in the morning.
There you go.
I'll make it the Morgan and Morgan studio in the morning. Farts and sex is funny.
So, John Morgan on today at 9:20. Not only did I used to have John Morgan on, just much like I do Alex Stein now, just to check on how he was doing, but now he's tentatively thrown his hat into the gubernatorial race of 2026. When is it?
2026?
Yeah, it's next November. So, like, right now is when they really got to start churning this up, right? I mean, he's got to probably pull the trigger on this relatively soon.
Maybe
right?
Is he gonna announce his run today?
Maybe he will. But like, John, let's just be done with it. Why don't you just go ahead and make the announcement on my show? Out of all the people in the media, I don't know, maybe you're a little closer to Martha Sagowski than me, but I'm your next best friend. Just go ahead and let's go ahead and make the announcement. I, John Morgan, am running for the governor in 2026 of Florida, and I don't know. I think they're gonna call it the People's Party.
I don't know. Is he maybe just independent?
Yeah, and independents have won. Jesse Ventura won. Listen, John Morgan to Florida is way more popular than Jesse Ventura was to Minnesota.
Right, and I don't think independents have a shot in a national election, but they do have them in the state election.
I really do think you're right on that.
I think a third party for president, I think, is never going to win.
No.
Not in today's environment, but certainly a third party in a state can win. And there's not a lot of superstars following DeSantis. You know what I mean? Like when he is done, there's going to be a huge void politically.
Well,
in the
including
state.
him trying to prop up his wife. Like,
That's silly. Come on. That's like,
get out
saw
of
how
here.
well that worked with Hillary.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy.
Just because you're screwing someone doesn't mean you know what they're doing.
Breaking news. President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with advanced and aggressive prostate cancer, which is metastasized to the bone. This is very serious.
With the real Biden, please stand up. Please stand up. Bubba, did you get those texts I just sent you, those pictures?
No, Dan. How am I gonna know that?
Okay, I just sent you some pictures, and this is the reason that people say it's not the real Biden, or there could be more than one Biden.
That, but you got to understand, Dan.
Yes.
I'd like to share this with the people.
I don't know how to do that with the IMs.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not your guy that does that for you.
Mm-hmm.
This would be better served to be on the air, but I don't know how to. I would have to get it to
Seth, maybe, and he can do it back to you?
No, Seth can't do it like
Mach?
Macho and send it to Mach. If you want to talk about it on the air, but
okay, understood. Sorry.
Don't distract me.
I'm not trying to distract you. It was relevant.
So here's the story that I think it came from. Is it ABC World News Tonight? I don't know what the hell it is. Here's the official story. Send that to Macho Man. He might be able to get it to me. Has something to do with the ears. Are you trying to say that? Are you trying to start the rumor or people start thinking about that they've been using different Joe Bidens?
Well,
is that
amazing.
What you're trying to say?
Well, his ears keep changing. It's a really specific part. It's his earlobe. And so
Just before we came on the air, former President Joe Biden's office announced that he has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. The former president and his family are now reviewing treatment options with doctors. Biden, the 46th president of the U.S. is...
Man, I just got to tell you, everything that I know about the prostate, and I'm not a doctor, but when I was one of my best friends at one time, he's now moved on to Lakeland. He runs the Watson Clinic, and Dan is the one that introduced him to me. But that's Dr. Mark Swarsky, Dr. Mark, and he is when he had its Tampa practice. We used to have Men's Health with Dr. Mark, and Dr. Mark, would advocate, getting colonoscopies and getting your prostate checked.
Two important things.
And it's my understanding from being with Dr. Mark, a urologist, having him on every other Thursday, that prostate cancer is not one of those sneak up on yous. Your body, through your PSA score, through having your prostate digitally examined, will just not go from, hey, your prostate's great, and then 6 months from now, it's metastasized on the Gleason scale from 1 to 10. He has a 9 already, and he's on the verge of death. Dan, to me, I don't know that any cancer, maybe spleen. What's the one that as soon as they tell you got it, you're dead?
Pancreatic.
You're
done.
Other than pancreatic.
Brain cancer sometimes are quick.
But prostate cancer's not noted.
No.
Not known for. Listen, 6 months ago you had a PSA score of 0.5, and now you're 6. You can't. This just can't be right.
It doesn't make sense.
The only thing that makes sense is he has had this for a while. And for you to be a 9 on a 9 out of 10, on 10 being the worst on the Gleason scale, and him already being a 9, and this prostate nodule has already metastasized into his bones, to me, I'm not a doctor, Dan, you tell me your opinion, but to me, this is a couple years in the making.
You would think it would be, yes, unless there's some bizarre, hyper-aggressive cancer that, again, we have been seeing. We've been seeing young people getting these crazy, aggressive cancers that are running rampant through their bodies.
So would you at that point say, potentially, because he was probably vaxxed to the absolute fullest, could you say, potentially, this could, because we don't have any clinical trials on it, and
they're never going to look at it, Bubba.
That's what I'm saying.
They're never going to look at it.
We don't have any clinical trials, and they're never going to look at it. But in your professional opinion, as being a doctor, could one infer that potentially being fully vaxxed
and boosted
and
quadruple boosted?
Listen, Joe Biden had everything that they had available, and maybe then some. Every vaccination that Purdue or Moderna, Pfizer, every one that they offered, he got. Now, could we draw? Okay, thank you. All right, so now he was fully vaccinated. Could that accelerate a cancer the way this cancer has been accelerated?
Yes.
But you can't say that for certainty because they're never going to do these trials.
Nope.
They're never going to be, hey, you got a little bit of cancer, but after you took every vaccination known to man with the booster, it turbocharged your cancer, and now you went from having no cancer to now it is going to kill you. All right, Dan, so if I was to take this, and what am I looking at here?
You're looking at earlobes. Look at his earlobe in the 4 different. There should be 4 pictures he sent you.
There is.
Okay, so look at that earlobe. That's a pixie ear, meaning the earlobe's attached and pulled down from his facelift.
Okay.
It's a facelift earlobe. Telltale sign of a facelift. That's a real earlobe.
Meaning that's not.
That's the way it's supposed to look. Where a nice little loop underneath it for the ear lobule. Here, see how it comes up as it hits the face.
Compared to that,
pulled down. Same ear.
Same ear. Same side, right side, right side ear. That is not a non-attached earlobe.
That's attached.
I'm sorry.
The pixie ear. Yes.
That's an attached earlobe.
Steven's here.
This is Steven. Hello, Steven.
Hey, buddy.
Get him all set up, Dan.
He'll be all right.
So Dan, what does this mean?
That means one of those Bidens had a facelift and the other one didn't.
All right. Now here's another one that I'm supposed to. Okay. Now what? Now
that's a very prominent earlobe.
That's a non-attached earlobe.
Not attached.
All right. And this one here.
Boom. Attached.
So are you saying
Alex Stein's here?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, guys? Dr. Dan.
Put him on Tuttle's mic.
Oh, he's on Lummy's.
Okay, he's on Lummy. Okay.
Okay, I'm on Lummy's. I'm getting out of bed. We didn't get in last night till 2:30 in the morning, and so I'm running a little late. You know how that works.
Yes, I do. And you're fine.
Okay,
how are you, my friend?
I'm great. The weather was a little bad in Dallas, but I'm happy to be here. We have a lot planned. I think that we're going to cause a lot of trouble. Did you tell Dan what we're kind of planning on doing while I'm here?
Well, I didn't want.
He didn't bust it out too clearly
because I didn't want to, in case somebody from Clearwater City Council is listening, for them to potentially thwart your plans.
Yeah, I know. So I don't know how much we should give up.
I say none. I say it'd be better for us to report on it after it's done than to tip our hand as to what you're thinking. In my opinion, it'll be just as funny after you complete it as it is knowing what you're fixing to do.
I agree, and I think your opinion would be best. But just I'm here for a big high spot.
Well, I know this community, and I know a lot of people listen to this show by whatever means, and I know that it would only take a hater or a troll to blow in a call to where you're fixing to be, and can be potentially there'd be some kind of rule they pull out of their ass that doesn't allow you to have access to what you should have access to.
No, you're exactly right. Dr. Dan, do you think it was bad that he took a $400 million plane from Qatar? I don't think that is bad. I think that's actually good because I think it's going to get
We're not talking about that right now, okay? We're talking about Joe Biden.
All right. I know, but I think that plane's actually good.
Okay,
what, because he has prostate cancer? They already knew that he had prostate cancer, so this is old news.
No, they didn't.
They figured it out. Laura Loomer knew this when he was on that plane from Las Vegas. That's why they had to take that plane back. And
well, then why are we just now learning about it?
Because Jake Tapper's going to talk about it in his book that he had a terminal illness because they're trying to get ahead of the story. This is all. Come on, the guy who's been dead for 4 years. You guys are just figuring out that he's dead now? I mean, give me a break. And I'm not trying to be insensitive. I love the guy. I don't want the guy to die like that. I'm just saying he's obviously had serious medical issues for the past 4 years. I think that's pretty obvious.
That's my opinion is this, and Dan being a doctor, is that this aggressive of prostate cancer, a 9 on the Gleason scale. The scale only goes to 10, and he already has a nodule on his prostate that is metastasized into his bone, is not something that just creeps up on you since January.
There's 4 different doctors on Twitter that have said that there's no way that they could just find it at this stage of cancer.
Right.
So
that's pretty common.
Nearly 4 months ago, at the time he was the nation's oldest serving president, his office.
So what was there? Alex, it would be interesting to hear your opinion with this as well. What was his plan?
To stay alive. I think his only plan is to stay.
But he knows.
Was it this bad when he found out, Alex, or did it start to get bad, or was it like stage 4 when he found out?
Well, I don't know. Him having cancer would even affect his presidency. I mean, is that bad that he has cancer? Would that make him less of a good president?
Jake Tapper or whatever is saying they were already making plans for him being wheelchair bound. In his second administration. So my question is, if you have this aggressive of cancer that goes into your bones, I got a doctor right now that's going to tell me, however aggressive you treat this, Dan. Your shelf life of this is got to be less than 2 years?
Oh, it could be up to 4 or 5 years. But the other question is does he have brain metastases? Because that would certainly affect your ability to govern.
Says he recently began experiencing.
Now, see, the picture they're showing, Dan, is the attached.
Indicates the cancer cells.
Now, hold on. Actually, if you look at this one right here, this picture right here, that's non-attached. That's an earlobe. And then this picture right here.
Experts say indicates the cancer cells are likely to grow and spread rapidly, but the hormone sensitivity of the cancer offers a viable treatment pathway. Biden ended his more than 5 decades in public service in January.
Small molecule found cancer appears to be hormone-sensitive.
So that would mean by hormone therapy, they could stop it from growing. And if that was the case, then why didn't they stop it 6 months,
Why they get him
5
on some?
years
Why
ago?
they get him on some growth hormone?
Not growth hormone. That would help it. Would be like testosterone blockers. The same medication he's giving all the boys that are trying to become girls.
As the oldest president in history, after abruptly dropping out of the presidential race.
But hold on. In your opinion, having cancer that is prostate cancer that is metastasized into your bone, in your opinion, Dan, as a doctor, when do you think he may have found out about this? If it's that aggressive and it's already gone to your bone, did he know about this 2 years ago? Did he know about this a year ago? When do you think? I mean, do you think? I mean, certainly he knew about it, before he left the office.
Well, I mean, you would think that it would take, most prostate cancers probably take about 2 years before they start spreading into the bone. So someone that's getting checked, like you said, every 6 to 12 months thoroughly, they should have known about this years ago, and they should have been treating it for years.
So what was their plan, Alex, for him to, if he stayed in the race and not had bowed out and had won, was their plan for just to keep him alive as long as they would and then naturally hand it over to Kamala?
I think they wanted him to die in the first presidency, and then they could have had Kamala Harris as a president.
I do too.
Yeah. Yes.
I do too.
And then this time they were probably hoping he'd last, 2 years and a day so that Kamala could have 10 years as president.
Last summer, he's mostly stayed out of public view, except for attending Pope Francis's funeral in April, and now pushing back against a slate of new books questioning his mental acuity at the end of his presidency.
You are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that.
Former First Lady Jill.
His ears are attached there, Dan.
Right.
Ears are attached.
Biden forcefully defending her husband.
So at this time, when they did this view, which was 2 weeks ago, they had to know about this prostate cancer.
You would think.
Well, now I feel a little less bad about him having cocaine in the White House. I mean, the guy was tired. I mean, he's,
he needed a bump.
Yeah, I mean, why is that? Chemo eats all your energy, right, Dan?
Right, it sure does.
So.
And he'd get up, he'd
you do a key bump, be ready.
In a full day, and then at night I'd be in bed.
I'm gonna tell you now, man. If I ever get to the point where Merch Crick has to go through my day during an interview, go ahead and just wrap me up. Put a bullet in my head.
Well, didn't Shody do that? I mean,
reading my book, and he was still on the phone reading his briefings.
Look at him. He's just
lost.
Working with staff. I mean, it was nonstop.
And a source tells us Biden is currently in Wilmington, Delaware, as reactions are pouring in from leaders, including from President Trump, who's posting on social media tonight.
I told you he's going to die. I knew he was going to die all along. Standing next to a dead corpse during that debate. He was given answers like a dead man.
Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family. And
That's the most presidential Donald Trump has been to him ever.
Joe, a fast and successful recovery. Lindsay?
So many share a similar sentiment. Selena, thank you. Let's bring in ABC News medical correspondent.
Let's bring in a doctor. I got one right here. But let's bring in their doctor and see what their doctor says.
Did Trump know? I'm sure Trump knew, right?
Probably not.
Sutton, and we should note you have never treated the former president. But based on just his age, how common would you say is a prostate cancer diagnosis at this point?
Very. We all have prostate issues as we get over 50. It's just whether you know how to take care of them or not.
Day to life.
It's very common. Approximately 3 million men are living with this diagnosis this year. An additional approximate 300,000 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, the risk of the diagnosis of prostate cancer increases with age. Approximately 60% of those who receive this diagnosis are over the age of 65. So this fits in line with that. But just another reminder of why it's so important to continue with screening, because most often an early diagnosis...
I wonder if he could ejaculate.
Oh, goodness.
No, I'm just saying. I wonder if he was able to give Jill the business at all.
I think he probably stopped a while ago.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
She didn't want that old bag of bones on top of her.
I don't even know if the PEDs can help you when you're...
Dan, when you got prostate gimmick, can a Viagra or a Cialis still help?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It just doesn't help once you become impotent because the surgery that you had to treat the prostate cancer killed all the nerves to the penis.
Oh, so the treatment of said prostate
is what kills your
screws
ability
your nerve endings up on your wiener.
It destroys your ability to get and maintain an erection.
Has the best outcomes, however, with metastasis and other factors as well as...
But it's now, Dan, let's not forget, it's in his bones. It's in his bones. What does that mean? It's in your bones.
That means that the cancer cells penetrated the membrane or the shell of the capsule of the tumor and spread throughout the body, and then they found a good home to start growing in the bones. And so it's prostate cancer
is it
cells.
Hip bone? Is it his butt bone?
It's a lot of times it's the spine.
Would it be the bone closest to where the hot spot is?
Nope, not necessarily.
Or could it be like
it could be if it's a bone touching a cancer, then that bone, like sometimes in a belly cancer, it can metastasize to a bone just because it was next to the bone. But most of the time it goes into the bloodstream and then it gets trapped in that little fine mesh of the blood work within the bone, and then finds a place where it can just kind of sit. It starts growing. It's like a weed growing in the bone.
So what's next for him? Radiation, chemotherapy, well, he's going to lose all of his hair.
There's 3 therapies. They can do hormonal therapy, they can do immunotherapy, and they can do traditional chemotherapy as well as radiation. And so there's a lot of different ways to treat it. And, it's really a case-by-case study, and I'm sure the treatments continue to evolve. So it'd be difficult for me to say what the best treatment would be in this situation because I don't have his films.
Dan, wait, I have to ask you a question.
Alex, would this be considered a national cover-up?
No, I don't. I mean, if he has cancer,
of course it would.
You think so?
Yeah. We've been lied to about his health.
At what stage do they have to tell us about his cancer?
The first little bit of detection we should know about.
Well, I think there's a national security thing where they don't want other countries to know that he has cancer and stuff. So I think there is some sort of
cover up.
Yeah, because he's allowed. It's like who was in a wheelchair and they lied that he was in a wheelchair. FDR. Yeah.
FDR.
So I mean, there is some.
They hide that stuff.
They have a little deference because of the national security threat aspect. But this is my question though, Dan. We've spent trillions of dollars. Susie G. Komen. Every player is in a gay pink sweatband. Why can't we cure cancer, or do they have a cure to cancer and they don't tell us? Because they have to have a way to kind of slow this down.
There's no money. There's no money in a cure.
Yep.
There's money in treatment.
And there's also no. When you have something like Susan G. Komen, so much money is wasted on the advertising and on the administration. And so, you give Susan G. Komen $1, and I'm sure less than 30 cents goes to cancer research. Secondly, like Bubba said, there's no money in a cure. There's money in long-term chronic treatment of medical disease. So there's a lot of differing things that are preventing certain things from becoming cures. The other thing is sometimes the cure for cancer is cheap.
Fasting, or that's what they say, or fenbenzolone. You see
there's
the dog
a lot of
medicine.
things. Even,
I'd be taking that if I was
even ivermectin is shown to have effectiveness against certain kidney cancers and other cancers. So they don't want that. It destroys the business.
Medical history of the patient, that helps us to better understand the specifics of that risk.
Of course, always important to stay updated with those tests. Give us a sense, because we do know that the president's office released a few details, including they had metastasis to the bone, also a Gleason score of 9. Explain what that means.
Yeah,
that means he's screwed pretty much.
We'll presume that there was a bias.
And they've been lying to us for a long time. And every vaccination and booster that was available, my man, he got, which we can't do any clinical trials on that because the big bad boogeyman's never going to allow it. So we're not. Joe's going to die by next year. That's what he should say.
Biopsy done between when he found that he had a nodule, between that and his diagnosis. And during that biopsy, a pathologist, a physician who looks at the cells that are removed from the body to better understand how abnormal they are, creates a score. And the higher the score, the more abnormal the cells are in the realm of prostate cancer. Now, a score from 8 to 10 is a more aggressive, a more likely.
He's got a 9, by the way.
To spread, and the president has received a Gleason score of 9. But beyond that, Lindsay,
and Dan, that's 1 from 10's death, isn't it?
Well, 10 just means it's the most aggressive cancer possible, which means it's a very primitive cancer.
Additional testing is done, not only to understand how spread that cancer is, which is how we understand that it has metastasized or spread to the bone, but also hormone testing. Testosterone and other like hormones can stimulate the growth of cancer cells. We found that the president, it's been reported that he has hormone-sensitive cancer, which means that there is an opportunity for an additional.
He needs to go trans. It's the only thing that's going to save him.
Well, I mean, the puberty blockers would be absolutely the same types of medications he's taking, and I wonder if he was taking testosterone and growth hormone to make him more youthful over the last 4 years, which would also aggressively accelerate
Your cancer.
a cancer that was hormone sensitive. So you got a hormone sensitive cancer, and you're giving the hormones that it wants to feed off of, like testosterone and growth.
You got a hormone sensitive cancer, and you're throwing gasoline on the fire.
Exactly, and that's what testosterone is for prostate cancer. And this guy's trying to be more aggressive and more virile.
They probably were jacking him up on some 2 cc's. 100.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to think that he was getting some sort of hormone replacement, whether it's growth or testosterone or a combination, during his presidency to try to be more strong and virile.
I guarantee you, Trump's on the gas.
He's probably on it. They all are.
Yeah, hell
If they're not eating the blood from frightened children, they're taking testosterone.
The adrenochrome and a little bit of Adderall kicker. And good to go.
I mean, just think about the kind of stuff, if you're the president, what you can order up. An Adderall kicker with an adrenodrome gimmick and a HGH with 2 milligrams of testosterone with a Winnie clenbuterol backside.
And don't forget about the cocaine top, or just a little bit on top on your ice cream sundae to keep it up.
Ice whipped cream.
Sicilian Redneck, $20.
Thank you, my friend. Today at 9:20, now, Alex, are you familiar with John Morgan, the For the People?
Of course, yeah, great guy.
Going to be on the air today at 9:20.
Mm-hmm,
he is declaring we think and Steve, you'll be here, and you run in. I think you probably run in the political. Out of all the Diacos, you've ran in the political circles more than Jay and Steve. You were actually appointed by Charlie Crist, I think, as on the Crosstown Commission, or you ran the Crosstown Commission. So you probably know the process of being the governor a little bit more than most. And I really think that John Morgan is probably one of the most popular and liked men, just for his branding and the things that he does in Florida. And I think the guy's got a real chance.
He does. And he definitely knows the game. He's been active in politics for decades.
And boy, how cool would that be? John Morgan as the president. As the governor, and he's going to do it through an independent party. And I mean, independent parties on the state level, I think, work. I don't think there'll ever be an independent president, but I mean, look, Jesse Ventura, Sonny Bono. I'm just trying to think of these independent people. Maybe I used a pretty horrible analogy in Sonny Bono, but there's been independent governors that have been elected, and John Morgan to Florida is way more than Jesse Ventura was to Minnesota.
Now, Trump's pimping Byron Donalds. Have you seen that guy?
Is that who he endorsed? Did he actually endorse him? I don't know if
Pretty
I saw
much,
that.
Yeah.
We'll see what John has to say about that. I'm sure he's going to have a heyday with that. When we return, I didn't know that David Geffen was gay.
You're kidding.
I didn't.
What? Are you serious?
I didn't either.
I didn't really pay attention. You know what? I really don't pay attention to David Geffen.
I think isn't he the famous White Party and Yacht Party? And I think.
Didn't he get his fame from Geffen Records?
Yeah. It's big.
Yeah. And
I didn't know about he was gay there, but now I'm more concerned about him than I was for Bill Belichick.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the Crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Steve?
I guess.
I like it. No, we got both the brothers in here.
So,
we didn't get in. We landed at 1:20. Just a late morning. And
Don't forget hot mic. You can come bother Bubba if you want to.
I'm just saying, it's just running late.
This is that Spirit Airline. Were you
No,
Spirit?
Southwest.
Southwest fucked you?
Exactly, Southwest.
They usually are.
And they got to see the flight was only an hour and 46 minutes. But you know, and I actually like the Tampa airport. It's not bad, but it's just so annoying because we got there. It was 1 in the morning. Then it take 5 minutes to wait for the train, and then you gotta go to the terminal.
But it's better than like Dulles.
Yeah, no, it's a nice airport.
At Dulles, you got to take that fucking 1946 people mover.
Oh yeah, for Tim.
Well, yeah, for that airport.
Oh, and I can't announce something, but Tim's going on a huge podcast this week.
Rogan?
No, he's been on Rogan. Yeah, he's in Rogan.
Oh, is he?
But he's going on. I don't want to announce it, but I'll write it down.
Here.
Because he'll get mad. He hadn't announced it. He's on. He's on. I think he just.
Oh yeah, I know who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not. Yeah.
That's huge.
I know for him it's a big deal. He's doing well. So
Does he got to fly out there?
Yeah,
he got to fly West Coast. Yeah, he already went there and
lobby in Florida.
Oh, it's already. What do you think about? Are they jobbing Shador out?
Has to do with.
What do you mean? With Dylan Gabriel,
Florida legislature.
he's far better than. I wish the Cowboys. I'm mad the Cowboys didn't draft Shador. I'm so mad the Cowboys didn't draft Shador Sanders.
Or now think about this. How about New Orleans?
Yeah,
now with Derek Carr going down.
Yeah, I know.
You know, or the Steelers, but they got Rodgers.
This was at 23.
Even if the Cowboys don't care about the media attention, they would have liked it. So I don't know why.
But Shador's been killing it in camp.
I saw Gabriel. I saw the greatest athlete of all time. So you think they always draft players that have sons. You know what I mean? That have dads in the NFL. So why wouldn't they give him the same?
Yeah, they fucked him.
They give every other player, if their dad's in the NFL, they give them that little extra bump. Oh, he's Kellen Winslow Jr. He's this.
Remember how much trouble that guy got into?
Yeah, and he was like first overall pick or top 10 whenever he was drafted.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about what your plans are.
Yeah.
It's funnier that you be able to get them done,
and then I know
than the telling ourselves.
I agree.
That's how strong Larry was at the.
I agree.
Because.
Well, when does Lamy get back tomorrow? That Hangout Music Festival. Do you know much about it?
No.
It is the most fun. It's right there on Orange Beach, Alabama. I mean, you've been going to beach festivals forever, so it's not.
He's like a VIP concierge.
Well, this year is more than fun. I went there 10 years ago and it was the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now it's more than 10 years. And it's so much fun. It's on the beach. So it's like you're at the music festival and then they have pools that they have. So like you can be in a pool on the beach watching. It's a quintessential beach music festival in America right now.
Did you get some good sleep?
I did. I just woke up. Yeah, then they had to drive over here, but yeah.
It's good in the aluminum. It's good.
I like being able to see your whole body in your shorts.
Yeah, you look good. I know. I think you're thinner than when you were training.
I'm getting on. Yeah, I am. I still got some more weight I gotta lose. I'm getting there.
No, you're
all right, here we go.
White your leg, not too white. It's on this week.
I know. We're about to.
I'm ready to get a lot of for a couple days.
I'm here for a couple days.
Yeah, so it's beautiful weather.
Oh yeah, we're going.
Are you on that fat medicine?
No, I'm not on Ozempic. You know what I've been doing?
You got the Ozempic ass though.
Well, kind of, but Dan, I've been doing the intermittent fasting. I just don't eat.
It might doesn't work yet.
Okay, well, I'm saying
keep after that.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, if you want to come by and lay out by the pool, you can come by my house.
Well, we're staying at the Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, okay.
You're so nice. So I did need to go to the house.
Dan's lonely.
He just offered up the pool.
Say it, Steve. Dan's lonely.
Yeah. That's kind of big. That's no one in there.
Dan's got a lemonade stand out front.
Now.
You have the whole fucking house to yourself.
Dan's thinking about hiring a couple maids just so he has somebody to talk to.
No.
Here we go. 35 seconds.
Yeah, if you're between 20 and 30 and under 120 pounds, and you can pretend you have a maid outfit, you're hired.
Everybody hit that like button. I know everybody's watching on the internet right now. Almost 1,000 likes.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
In a very rare combination of humanity here in the studios, myself, of course, and Seth and Dan, the mainstays on a Monday. Usually Jay would be in, but he's hanging 10 in Costa with his pippy, with his little pippy. And then, of course, Alex Stein, a primetime 99 on the grind, is visiting this area to do a couple high spots. I think you're here until Wednesday, correct?
I am. Wait, Jay's in Costa Rica right now?
Yeah, when he comes back, his surfboard wax is untouched. It's weird.
Has he ever licked the frog? I went to Costa Rica one time, and they have a frog you can lick, and it makes you hallucinate.
Jay's scared of it. Jay's scared of everything.
He's not licking frogs, dude.
He has personal air
purifiers. You think he's sucking on a frog?
I would say
I would lick the frog.
I would say here's the deal, man. If me, Dan, because I know I have different dynamics with Steve. I got different dynamics with Dan. I got different dynamics with Jay, and I know them. I know each one of their personalities and how they differ. But I got to tell you, if me, because Steve's one of the boys. He ain't afraid to try new stuff, Steve.
Oh, no, he's adventurous.
I'll lick a frog.
Yes, hell yeah.
Steve, lick a frog.
Steve, and if he doesn't, Crystal will tell him to. Lick the goddamn frog. So anyway, if me, Steve, Dan, and Jay were in Costa Rica and they had this frogs and Alex, and Alex finds one of these frogs, and Alex is like, hey, this is one of these frogs that'll make us hallucinate, and it'll be super cool. And so Alex will know all about it, and Alex would assure us that we're going to be okay. I'd lick it. Steve would lick it. Dan would lick it, and Alex, and Jay would somehow come up with some excuse not to lick it.
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, really? Wow.
Steve, am I lying, Steve?
So he's a good brother. Is Jay the favorite brother then? I mean,
he's the most cautious.
He's very conservative, buttoned up. Dan
is
judge us.
Dan's the wildest. And then Steve, kind of his job is to keep Dan in line and manage Jay as well.
I would say that Dan has probably the most legendary of any reality dating show. Dan, that you're just the fact that you were not the Bachelor is it's a travesty.
He was on Studs.
It's one of the funniest things ever.
Did you not see it?
We were talking about the one where he's at the beach, where they're at like Disneyland. That's a stud. He's a stud. Nobody has that.
Hold on, he was at Universal Studios. And he blasted all of them and told every one of them that he liked them, and then got to the game show, and I think picked one that kind of called you out a little bit, didn't she?
No, the one that stuck into my hotel room the night before.
Yeah. So
that's it. I was like, you win.
So he gave. So listen to this, Alex. He went out with all of them, and Danny, I think you scored with all of them. Didn't you?
2 out of 3, but the third one Jay did. There you go. He stole her.
So hold on.
So he grabbed her.
The girl that he picks is the one that when it wasn't her night, she'd already been with Dan. She sneaked in Dan's hotel room to get a second layer of that action.
Yeah.
And that's the one that Dan. Now Dan, so when you picked her. Now, were you to go on another date with her, or
ideally? But I just, she got money, I got money. We both went our separate ways, and then
you never reconnected with that.
Not once.
And that was before the internet, so it was kind of harder to reconnect.
I had no way to get a hold of her.
You had a phone number, and then I know. See, that's weird.
And then the other thing, Alex, is when Steve and Jay, because Dan's the oldest, so Dan's in medical school in Gainesville, University of Florida. Killing it. He's already an undergrad from Duke, and now he is going to be a doctor going to Florida. Well, that's like, please, bitches just be taking their panties off when they know that you're in pre-med Florida, and he's got a black Porsche.
And it's a public university, so every kid wants to go there because it's, the
no.
value.
But his brothers are up there slaying it at Florida State, right? Mm-hmm. So Dan runs through everything he can run through at Florida. And when he starts getting low on inventory, he then goes and takes Steve and Jay's inventory, and he'd roll in like a wrecking ball into Tallahassee. And Jay and Steve would have these big parties before the ball game, and Dan would end up picking off 2 or 3 of them in Tallahassee. Steve, am I lying?
No, that's a fact.
And Jay would have a Monday morning apology tour to apologize to all his friends. The secret is don't break up with your girlfriend on Friday if Dan's coming up that weekend.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing more fun though in college than going to a different college, like at LSU.
Yes.
We went to Ole Miss because you could act bad. I mean, that was the best experience in college.
Yeah, in my senior year at Duke, I lived in Chapel Hill.
Exactly, because you can do whatever you want at UNC. Yeah, that's so funny.
Dan was so bad though that there was like a girl that I was attracted to, and Dan
would just for sport try to take it away from Steve.
Literally he told the girl he's in love with another girl, but I'm not. And he had the back door, and he had to tell me a couple months later because he felt so guilty.
And then Steve, if he can't get you on the front side, like man up, square up, and fight, he'll wait till you're sleeping and he'll stab you right in the back.
He was the worst back then, absolutely the worst.
So here we were talking about earlier. For the record, the marriage is officially come to the end. I didn't know that David Geffen's gay, which does not have any bearing on my what I think about him. But I didn't know. But if you're David Geffen, and he's a billionaire, and he's 82. Entertainment billionaire David Geffen has filed for divorce from his husband, David Armstrong. This guy kind of looks like a young white Tiger Woods, does he not?
Yeah, stud.
Yeah, I don't know if he's white.
Good-looking guy.
Yeah, come on. Very good-looking guy. After 2 years of marriage, the 82-year-old mogul tied the knot with the go-go dancer, age 32. So there's a 50-year difference here?
50. That's got to be close to a record.
Well, if not, you'll be setting that record soon. Who goes?
What is the legal record? It's just
Dan,
you go to 18.
hold on.
We can figure out what that is.
Dan Geffen, say it.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be a male go-go dancer.
Please,
no,
Dan,
we're
don't
just talking
go that
about
way.
straight numbers, okay, buddy?
Okay.
Dan Geffen. So who goes by Donovan Michaels? When he performs in 2023, and he did not sign a prenup. So, Steve, what's his exposure on this? Is it just the amount of money that he made during that 2-year period, or could the go-go dancer go for half of everything?
Half. And, I didn't know he was gay, and I didn't know he was stupid. I mean, how much money... and you don't have a prenup, and he is a billionaire. He did the DreamWorks, I think, with Geffen,
yes,
Spielberg, and Katzenberg.
And I think he also, now he doesn't. He's not the one that owns the airlines. That's
Richard Branson.
That's Branson.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Branson.
But he could if he wanted to. He's that rich. And to have not had a prenup, obviously he's demented. To fall for a male go-go dancer and think, it's love. It's going to last.
It's 50 years younger than you are.
And if you're married in California, it's half. That guy's going to take half his money.
With the help from a well-known divorce attorney, Laura Wasser, Geffen cited what's those called irreconcilable differences as the hold on. Now Geffen's the one that split. Little sugar baby, you think he'd be the one that get in and get out and get my money, but Geffen is the one that split.
But I want to call a timeout real quick. Even though it is California,
he's worth $8.7 billion.
Oh my gosh!
Don't you think a gay divorce? They're like, you're a gay guy. Gay guys get divorced. You know what I mean? Don't they get you get a little less because you're gay?
No, I might get more. In California, they give you 10% more.
No, because these gay guys, they just sleep with each other like they're they don't care. There's no monogamy in a gay relationship.
Maybe we should move to a state that doesn't recognize gay marriage.
I even think a transgender
they all recognize
judge.
it now? Do they really?
They all, the Supreme Court made a ruling.
Yeah, but that's a gimmick wedding. They're gonna go, it's two guys. It doesn't work like that. You get 50,
you know what they're gonna say?
$5 million.
You know what they're gonna say? Write a $4 billion check, bitch. That's what they're gonna say.
Way. I don't believe that.
There's no way he'll get $4 billion.
Steven says half.
Not in 2 years.
Not
for 2 years.
Hold on. You're right.
Hold on.
You're right. He doesn't get half because half takes too long to get and fight out. What he does is get $1 billion.
Nice.
He gets 20. He's not going to get anywhere close to that.
Steve, do they not negotiate this out quickly and settle for $800-900 million?
He's going to get massive money.
Right, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wow,
big money.
Geffen, the co-founder of Asylum Records in '71, founded Geffen Records in '80, DGC Records in '90, and co-founded DreamWorks Uright Records in '96. However, the record executive has been retired for 15 years, and his income now consists of stocks and equities, which are a separate property per California.
Look at this.
Like Stephen May has said, per California law, dividends. Okay.
No, they're saying that doesn't count.
Per California law, dividends and stock remain separate, which could possibly leave Armstrong without a large cash
I tell
settlement.
you guys,
Wow.
David Geffen's not an idiot. He's not going to marry some twink and risk losing his entire. He's going to lose something, but he's not going to lose anything.
Hold on though, but his gay husband will receive spousal support for a year. However, since under California law, spouses receive payment for half the length of their marriage. So he'll get 1 year. Geffen will pay Armstrong spousal support and attorney's fees, TMZ reported, citing divorce documents. Here we go. Maybe we'll get into some numbers here. The pair reportedly first met in 2020 when Armstrong served as a personal trainer. Those personal trainers will get you every time.
They're horny.
The details surrounding Armstrong's past came to light. His former friends told the Post at the time that the dancer's income stems from picking up odd jobs in New York and Miami.
Prostitute.
Odd
wink,
job.
wink.
Exactly.
Odd jobs.
The
Really
go-go
odd.
dancer was born David Armstrong in Michigan until he began going by Brandon Foster after relocating to Florida.
Why would someone have to change their name when they move? That is such a flag. Like, what was he running from? Why has he a completely different name in a new state? That's
You're exactly
so sketchy.
right. If you change your name and it's not because you got married, something you're
It's both
hiding
things.
something.
He's hiding something. So maybe he's a really good dancer.
A former girlfriend revealed that she only knew Armstrong to date women, but due to the fact that he liked adventure, he would dive
He's not
headfirst.
even gay. That's the whole conspiracy. He's not even
That's so
gay.
funny. Why did they ever consummated the marriage?
I wonder if they use them.
How do you consummate that marriage?
They consummated the marriage, Dan. Trust me. That guy, they
Someone gave
consummated that
something?
marriage.
Somebody got something.
You know, Diddy used this guy too, probably.
I would not be
New York
surprised. Hey,
circuit.
how crazy is that, though? The guy that went and shot up Trump Mar-a-Lago and all that was Diddy's sex slave in the.
Right.
It came
What?
out.
Yes.
Hey, did you see that?
No.
No, tell me about it.
Are you kidding? You type in
The one in that golf course?
Yeah, type in the guy. No, not the golf course. The other one. Type in Diddy shooter was correct.
He shot up at Mar-a-Lago. He didn't shoot at Trump.
Yeah, well, yeah, Mar-a-Lago, wherever he shot, I forget which one. But what happened was that, and on top of that, I saw another TikTok where a guy was reading, a guy that was there. There's text messages from Cassie saying, "Where's the blow? Is there going to be blow at the party?" They have multiple emails where she's asking for cocaine. Big
Do you
surprise,
think that
no.
you know what?
I don't think you should go to jail for
a lot.
doing
A lot of people are saying he might walk.
I think he is too.
So.
Who did he?
Yeah,
They
a lot
don't
of
have a
people
good
are
case
saying they
against
might
him.
walk. Let me do words. We'll talk more about that on the backside.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
David.
Yeah, because I knew it was something.
We'll ask
We'll ask John Morgan's opinion of P. Diddy, right?
Yeah, that'll be good. Oh, I got to shout out his Paige's mom's birthday. I got to shout out Brandy. I forgot to do it.
Do you have your head up there?
No, I will one day.
Someday.
Steve, what's going on with you?
Not much.
How's your wife? Is she doing good?
She's doing great.
She's the nicest.
So in order to get down to
She is the
20, I
nicest
gotta
girl.
stop at 13.
She's taking up clay classes. She does that on
Right?
Monday.
You got the
She's
short
like
space.
in a movie.
Yeah, 13.
No, but she's gonna.
We'll
make
do-
you have
we'll
to
do
buy
that- we'll do
setup,
the,
or no?
No,
We'll do this.
Because that setup's probably
Okay.
expensive.
Well,
that
the
machine.
Grady.
Yeah. Thankfully, I told her I'd put her up in the pool room if she needed it.
Oh god.
Grady to John Morgan. I mean, that's the only way to do it.
Well, Bubba, I still can't believe they did that to Shador. I'm just so mad the Cowboys didn't draft him. Both of them.
Which one is he? The quarterback one? Because we got the other one.
Yeah, I know. You guys got Shiloh.
Shiloh.
I hope he makes a team, Bubba.
He's gonna.
He's
I
playing
talked to him.
well, right?
I talked to him last week.
Good.
He said he's.
He's
already-
getting paid more than more than
They
his
already
brother.
got him. They
Oh,
already.
he is. Yeah, no, he is. He got a
Wow.
300. He got.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't received anything yet. Until you make the team.
Oh, he has to make the team. But his contract's
they're
guaranteed.
already. He's already playing first team, punt
Special
team
teams,
and first
yeah.
team.
That's all he needs to do is just be the best special teams player he can be.
They're already coaching him as if he's first team special teams.
So what he needs to do is just run down on the kickoff or whatever.
He thinks he's going to make the team, and then if he makes the team, your first year league minimum is $840. That's first year, which
Good money.
Great.
and then second year's 1.3.
But it's a pay cut because they were just getting $1 million with their NIL.
Yeah, but you know that. But then if he can establish himself by year, then they have a third year option they pick up, which is like $3 million, and then after that you're an unrestricted free agent.
What's his knock? He's not super fast.
No, he just you know there's just
They've been getting.
no. He didn't really have a knock other
Is
than
Anthony over after college?
He had one bad game.
Yeah, you're done. But I think actually you can still get the same sponsorships, but it's just different. I don't know.
He's got NIL.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he still can do.
Yeah, he's got NIL. He did $1.5 million last year in NIL.
That's
incredible. But Shador did 6.5.
Wow. Okay, I don't feel as bad for him. He's got some.
He's got some money.
They have money. Yeah, they're
I'll just tell you this: he's got so much money that he's staying. I'm not going to disclose where, but he's staying in probably the most exclusive downtown.
The Edition.
And he paid all 7 months cash up front.
That's a ball.
Where do the Bucks train?
Just right about.
They train at Raymond James.
Yeah, right across the street.
Yeah, that's what the facility is.
So he signed a 7-month lease. And
do you have time to use restroom? Or
yeah, you got 2 minutes.
Krista says hi.
Hey, Krista.
Was it 9 or 9:30?
9:20.
9:20. Okay, I'll leave it open.
I'm gonna break at probably 14 or 15.
Okay.
He's coming in studio?
No. Zoom.
Nice. Good show, Bubba.
Thank you, bud. Thank you. I'm gonna have I think Dion on this week.
What?
Yeah, Tony Stewart, Dion, both are gonna be within the next 10 days.
I mean, they're two of the most relevant people in the country right now. How about Tony winning that race? That's unbelievable.
Yep, he's leading the points in NHRA right now.
That's insane. He is literally the GOAT.
He is. Here we go, 30 seconds.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Alex Stein and Stephen Diaco for a nice little change.
This is a real change-up, Bubba. I mean, talk about Steve's kind of a wild card. I'm a wild card. This is the wild card Monday, I would say.
It very much is. And I think that you are already saying that you potentially might be part of Wednesday's show.
Yes, I will for sure, yes. Tuesday, no, but Wednesday, yes, I will.
Yes, Tuesday, no, Wednesday, yes.
Yes.
And the Diaco family is big fans of Alex. This is a thrill to be here with them.
Oh, and the Diacos.
Kill it.
No, and I just want to say that one of the greatest NFL experiences I ever got to have, and I'm so thankful, and I know it is tough losing a parent because I know I've gone through that, but your dad and the experience, though, Steve, going to that football game, Bubba, that was probably the most fun I've ever had at a football game. And then the Warren Sapp.
Yeah, I remember Warren
that was
came.
a good one.
And then one of the hockey players was going to beat him up. And then,
it was so good.
And then Sapp was treating Elder like crap, not knowing that Elder owns half the box. And thinking that Elder was just some hanger-oner. And then Elder goes to Pat Maroon and says, there was going to be some throwdown. If Sapp didn't leave when he did, there was going to be some. Pat Maroon's a bad mother effer.
Yeah, he was a pro hockey player. I mean, it was memorable.
Like Warren, if Warren could just treat everybody like the way he treated Daddy Joe, because he always walked up, paid his respects, kept his mouth shut, and Daddy Joe never had an issue with Warren Sapp ever, but one time
when he was not nice to me, Dad lit him up.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, at the facility or in the box?
It was at the facility, and this is when Dad was still the team doctor.
Right.
He had just gotten that huge contract, And I was at Malio's with an African-American partner of mine. I was doing the boxing, and I said, Henry, give me a second. I want to go over.
I remember Henry.
Congratulate Warren Sapp. And I go over there, and I said, and I always did this with the athletes. I would say, hey, I'm Dr. Diaco's son. I'm Stephen Diaco. I'd met him 10 times. And I said, I just want to...
You got to put that part in there.
Yeah, just to make sure, I'm not some jabip coming up for an autograph. And I put my hand out to shake his hand and to congratulate him. I said, congratulations on your new deal. And he goes, what, you can't see I'm eating? And there's no food on the table. I'm like, he doesn't take my hand.
Yeah, of course not.
I'm like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to congratulate. Can't you see I'm eating? And I'm like, okay, got it.
See you later.
And so I went back and told my pops, and not to tell him, I was just like shocked. I was like, I couldn't believe how he treated me. And the next time I saw Sapp, he was hugging, kissing, because Dad always gave him the heads up when it was pee time.
Yes.
He took care of him on everything. He's like, how dare you, you SOB? You're not going to do that to my kids. And then he was a gentleman ever until that
Till
game.
Dad died.
And we haven't seen him since.
That's the average Warren Sapp experience for people
The last time we saw him was when you saw him.
But see, there's something though, Steve, and I don't know if Bubba will agree with this, but there's something about those players in that era, because I remember like trying to chase down Emmitt Smith for an autograph at the State Fair of Texas. He said no. And Michael Jordan, there's like countless stories where he wouldn't sign stuff. So it's like, I don't know, it's something about like the early 2000s, the late 90s.
I think back
those
then,
athletes, it was like a bigger
then you
deal.
you couldn't record them saying no. Now you got a phone, you can whip out them being an asshole, and there's documentation of it, and that could potentially hurt. So now they don't act as rude as they used to. But when there was no way to document their rudeness, they were a lot. Big time stars were more likely to say no back then when you couldn't record it.
But we never were autograph hounds. We knew how to, that's why everybody comes to our box. They feel comfortable. They're not hounded.
Yeah, but Steve, asking for, hey, congratulations, shaking your hand, that's nothing. Like, you didn't ask for an autograph. It's significantly different,
truly
Thank
joyful
you.
for him.
All he do is just shake your hand. Thank you. Have a good one. And it's over. You know what I mean? So that's nothing. That's not an autograph.
Completely dogged me. It was horrible. I'll never forget that feeling.
We'll be talking to the most popular man in Florida here in about 7 minutes, but here's the second most popular man in Florida. I just got a confirmation from John Morgan. He's all set to go for 920. One of the questions I'm going to ask him, I'll be like, John, you're the most popular guy in Florida, but wouldn't you think that Grady Judd is probably the second? And wouldn't it be cool if John Morgan would make Grady Judd like, I don't know, what Steve, what like on your cabinet, what could you make Grady? If he didn't want to be the lieutenant governor, but he wanted to be, could he be the attorney general? Could he be?
He could. You don't have to be a lawyer to do that.
Head of FDLE.
That would be a big role.
Something like that.
Yeah, sure.
I think Grady would say no.
He loves being the sheriff.
He does.
He loves it.
Here we go. Here we go. Anytime Grady's got a picture and he starts playing the picture game, it's never good.
This is from 43 from Davenport. This is our human trafficking and prostitution, folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This is Jason Bathis, okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathis. Now I want you to think about it.
It's really not that different.
But what sheriff just calls you out like that?
This minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy.
So what's he mad about? He's mad that the prostitutes are lying about their gender?
No,
because it doesn't seem like he's mad about the prostitution.
He's getting a lot of talking points in that one time there.
It's Grady having a press conference, being funny.
Yes.
And
But what was his complaint? His complaint is like, hey, you order this prostitute, and this one comes in, you're going to jail. I mean, I like where he's at.
His complaint is, don't do this type of effery in my county, because I'll get you. Don't try to get a hooker. Don't try to.
He didn't seem that. He said he seemed like he was punishing the hookers. If I'm just giving you my honest opinion, it seemed like he was sending that message to other sex workers in the state of Florida that you better not lie, and that if you're a boy or girl, you mark it down in your sex profile.
They do. He does one of these every 3 weeks, Operation Take Down Some Hookers. And so he's basically saying, do not hook, do not transvestite, do not do anything in my county. That's what he's saying, basically. And he has one of these every couple weeks, busting some hookers, showing up at the Motel 6. And in this particular case, you thought you were getting Marilyn Manson, and you end up getting Ted Bundy.
Oh.
No, not Ted Bundy. Who was the guy from Chicago? John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, the clown guy.
Yeah.
Both.
You thought you're getting Marilyn Manson, but you got John Wayne Gacy. Listen, I got to go into words, so I'm dead on time with John, and I can take him clear to the top of the hour.
Oh, but shout out Brandy Wallace. Happy birthday. Prepaid Wireless's mother's birthday. It was her 37th birthday. Shout out Brandy Wallace.
And also Glowbug Zach, 25 for Alex Stein's appearance.
Oh, thank you,
So
Glowbug.
we'll have John Morgan next. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Damn, Calvin. That's funny.
What's going on, Seth?
Not much, man.
Operation Pigmentation. What day did you guys record that? Thursdays?
Tuesdays.
Oh, tomorrow.
Does it on Tuesdays?
Yeah.
No, he releases it on. Do you
Oh,
always
you
release
release
it
on Thursday? Why did I think Thursday?
No, well, I used to. Then when Brian and I started doing the Blizzard, so I put it out on Friday now.
What, Pigmentation?
Yeah. It's not the best day to drop a podcast, but I'll take the hit.
Well, nothing news going on. Are you excited about who did Chicago draft? Anybody good?
Yeah, Colston Loveland, tight end.
Oh my
Michigan.
God! Was he the top? I wanted that Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
Yeah, no, me too.
But they got Colston.
Yeah.
They picked him before Tyler Warren.
Yeah. Yeah, the Colts got Tyler
Why didn't they get Tyler Warren?
He was better. Colts, they got the.
Tyler Warren's so big too. He just, you know what I mean?
He ran the ball like 40 times.
He looks huge.
No, he's good. He's going to be good.
Unless he gets hurt, I think he'll be good.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, the Bears have the Lions offensive coordinator as the head coach, and he was big with Sam Laporta. So I think
I hate when they do shit like that. When they draft a guy because they're friends with him, I hate.
Well, no, he's not friend. No, not friends. He's gonna be the guy in the offense that they need for Caleb. And why'd you want the Cowboys to draft Shador? You guys traded for Joe Milton.
Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't. I mean, I don't know. I just
3 minutes
for a 5th round pick.
I'm gonna tell John.
I think it would have been worth it. And I actually love Dak Prescott, but it would be nice to push Dak even more. And Dion would be at the games. I mean, listen, I love the Cowboys. The Cowboys are not going to win a Super Bowl.
Don't be like that, Stein.
We can't because we do not know how to manage the
3 minutes, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
It's all about paying the running backs and wide receivers.
I got a lot of good questions for you.
All right.
Gov. I'm gonna start calling you Gov. You know damn well if you run, you know if you run, you're gonna win. You know you are.
I've never had the league's leading rusher.
Well, only if you're about
No, keep me right out of it. Make me be like in charge of some crosstown expressway or something like that. I don't either. There's some kind of bullshit you can give me.
He's gonna lay it
We'll
down.
put you in charge of.
And I like
Did you get my ring? Did you get my ring?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How's Demo Swags doing?
Demo Swag's getting married.
What?
Yeah. We thought he was gay, but it turns out no.
I bet you we're off the air. I bet you she's hot as hell. You know how Demo is.
Well, he's very shallow.
Yeah, very shallow.
So yes, she's hot as hell.
Hot as hell. What
Yeah,
type of prenup is he got? I got an unbelievable prenup, John, that my wife only made $1,000 for every month we were married.
Well, he does have a prenup. They all do. And if they don't have one, they don't take under the will. That's kind of the deal.
Oh.
So I get to be the bad guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of, but
Well, they're like, hey, Dad's not going to help
right.
if we don't do this. And I know
Dad's the seed. Dad's the original seed, so we got to take care of the seed.
Yeah, so they are. He's got it done. He's going to get married in Maui on November 13th. He was here. He was here with her this weekend. I'm at the beach right now. I'm over in Ponce Inlet.
So now, usually you're in Hawaii till about March, aren't you?
April.
I know that you got it strategized so that you're there for as long as you can be and still be a Florida resident.
Correct. No, just read my lips. No new taxes. Because when you live in Hawaii, you pay. If you live there for 6 months or more, you pay California type taxes.
But not when you're in Florida. You pay none.
I live here.
Now, but don't you got a place in Vermont though? You go to?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. I feel like that's been the redheaded stepchild. You haven't been doing a lot of time up there.
Well, the person who loves it is my wife. That's
right.
A childhood deal. So she bought it. She loves it. I think it's probably her happiest place on the earth. And so we can go, but she goes and stays.
All right, here we go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
There he is on time. Probably the most, I'm just going to start calling him Gov, because here's the deal. He's playing with everybody, because if he really, really wants to run for governor, he'll win. And I mean, John, I don't know if you have that type of swag, inner swag, but I've been your friend. My God, you've been on my show so many times that we have like our own little here. We have one of these.
Everything he does is for the people.
He's actually really cool.
He's a big slinging D lawyer and got medical marijuana on the ballot in Florida.
You said a smidge of pot.
It's superstar attorney John Morgan.
See, just when you were a superstar attorney, I've been having you on for so long. So I was listening to this podcast. These everybody's now coming and getting on the John Morgan tip because you might be the next governor. But man, I've been John. Back when we used to have fun, when you would say things like
farts and sex is funny.
It made Howard Stern.
It did, and then I remember one day I was on one, and you're like,
you're keyed up.
So how you been, bud?
Well, you stay keyed up.
Yeah, well, you got to stay keyed up.
You're still keyed up.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the game is staying keyed up. You
have that. I used to look at an ad on TV for restless leg syndrome.
I do have that.
I would think I don't even know it, but because you're keyed up, and people that are keyed up have restless leg syndrome.
So I have a couple questions that have come from listeners. One of which, were you, Seth? What was the ownership group in Orlando that was trying to take the race?
Oh my! No, it was what was it? Hold on, it was Orlando Dreamers.
The Dreamers. Were you part of the Dreamers?
I am part of the Dreamers now. I was approached by Pat Williams, who brought the Magic to Orlando. I listened to him, but it's got to leave Tampa Bay. But Barry Larkin, I don't know if you know Barry.
Yeah.
Barry, great baseball player, Hall of Famer. He and a group have put it together, and I committed to quite a bit of money to be part of that ownership group, if and only if they move to Orlando. The plus for Orlando, the reason for me about it is I think it's a tremendous business opportunity. I think the team is undervalued because of where it is. Tampa, it's never coming back to St. Pete. So just everybody needs to know that.
Yep.
If Tampa can figure out a place, that's okay. I don't want to do that because Orlando has 80 million visitors a year. The Orlando Magic are one of the top attended teams in the country, even though they're probably the sorriest over the last 20 years because of tourists. Tourists come and there's packages put together with Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, and baseball or basketball. So that's the lure for me. And somebody told me, we were talking to one of the owners the other day, and they said, you just need to understand this, John. If you put this kind of money in, you're probably not going to make any money. It's for your grandchildren, because the way you make money in sports is not operate the team, but the team going up in value. So, and that takes time. So I've decided to throw in with this group. I've put up consider about a pledged money.
Isn't the problem in itself, Stu Stuenberg? He is just absolutely. I'm not trying to cause no problems, and I know you're trying to buy the team from him, but the problem is him. He's the problem.
Well, he's the man. He just remember this one, if you've never heard it. He who has the gold makes the rules.
Right.
Stu has the gold, and he bought the team for less than $300 million. He could sell it for 1.2 or more, but it's his to sell. It's his decision to make, and I certainly respect that as a business person. He's a problem, but was he a problem when he brought it to St. Pete? No, he was the savior when he brought it to St. Pete. Yeah,
but I saw a thing where if you draw a 50-mile radius around each ballpark in the Major League Baseball, 68% of that radius, if you draw it around Tropicana field, is water. So geographically, you're never going to draw for where you are. Now, could you ever see a scenario where Stu would maybe get in bed with you guys to relocate to Orlando and still stay a partner, or is he?
I'd be fine with that. For me, it's simply an investment, but it's only Listen, the Oakland A's are moving for a reason. They're in a shit place. But where are they moving to? Las Vegas. What does Las Vegas has?
Tourism.
40 million but Orlando has twice as many. That's the real rub. Why did the Raiders move to Las Vegas? Tourists, people, action. And so it's his call to make, and he'll make it. And it probably, when you're in a business for a long time and it just becomes a grind, it's like, you know what? Let me take my billion profit and go.
People don't realize John Morgan is a sportsman. I've been around John a long time, back in the Antonio Tarver days. And so not only is he about community pride and bringing it home to Orlando, and it's true, he probably won't make a lot of money in his lifetime on it, but he's been around sports and understands promotion and the industry, and it would be really good for Major League Baseball to have someone like John Morgan at the helm.
Speaking of which,
I represent a lot of baseball players now, so
right on.
The day I came over and saw you when we were, when you got Bill Clinton on the phone with me, you had.
I put the two Bubbas together.
Yeah, you did. I tell that story to more people, saying I've actually spoke to Bill Clinton and he called me a rascal, and we were trying to do a deal. John Morgan put it all together. And but I actually, got an opportunity to say hi to Bill Clinton through John Morgan. It was so surreal to talk to him that day, and it was unbelievable.
And we were eating tacos on the street.
And so Bill calls and John goes, hey, Bill, Mr. President, can we call you back in 10 minutes? It's like, oh, yeah, call me back in 10 minutes. So we had sent an email to Mr. President for him to look at. That's all we're going to say. And once we got back in John's office, Mr. President was allowed to pontificate on one set of email. And he liked what he saw, we can say, nonetheless.
Very much.
Now, do you still stay close with Mr. President?
I sure do. He's in Asia right now. With another friend of mine, Chris Corge, and he wanted to have dinner in Florida, but I was in Hawaii. So look, he's one of the great presidents of all time. He's great because Republicans hate everybody except for Bill Clinton.
Oh, yeah. But here's the bad thing. And, we talked about it. I had you on a little bit ago when it was a real crap storm with regards to the Democratic Party and Kamala being announced and things like that. The party is so far removed from what Bill did and what he thought and how he governed. And the party is not how Bill left it. No, it's so broken.
Well, he left a balanced budget. He left no deficit. I mean, it was 8 years of peace and prosperity.
No wars.
No wars. And look, the guy's a very, very, very smart guy.
Are we talking about Bill Clinton right now?
Yeah.
The guy that was on the Lolita Express 26 times? That smart guy? Best friend of Jeffrey Epstein?
It doesn't make him a bad person.
Hang out with a pedophile?
Well, nobody knew he was a pedophile.
I think somebody knew he was a pedophile. I think people knew he was a pedophile. Donald Trump kicked him out of his country club because he was a pedophile.
Kicked who out of his country club?
Epstein.
Oh.
So I'm saying Bill Clinton knew that Epstein was a bad guy.
I don't think so at that time. Now, remember, there's pictures of Donald Trump with Epstein, and I don't think Donald Trump knew it either.
Yeah, but I don't think Donald Trump was on there 26 times. And then I don't think Donald Trump was in the White House having sex with Monica Lewinsky.
Donald Trump has, are you talking about sex with Monica Lewinsky is disqualifying now?
Yeah, I would say that would be a bad, that would be an indication that he's a low moral character guy, and that if you would have sex and cheat on your wife in the White House, that you might have sex with a child on an airplane. Yeah, I think you could connect those.
By the way, John, just to give you some...
Is it cheating on the wife that's your problem, or is it in the White House that's your problem?
I would say both are pretty bad. Wouldn't you say that? I mean, do you? Is it okay to have sex at work? I mean, at Morgan & Morgan, were you just blasting on your desk, or would you say that was unprofessional?
Well, I would say
matters what era we're talking.
No, I mean, John was saying, would that be professional if you're on your desk at Morgan & Morgan with your secretary? Would that be professional, or would that be considered unprofessional in your professional opinion?
Well, I don't think it would be proper ever, but I think a lot of people make mistakes. I think our current president liked to fuck on his desk too, but that's his sin. That's a totally different deal. I mean, are we upset about what Donald Trump did? Evidently not.
Well, I think it's a little different. I don't think that he was president at the time. And Donald Trump says that he's never had sex, so we don't have any evidence that he really did that other than her story of a whore. That's why I asked you.
That's why I asked you the question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your problem with it in the White House, or your problem with infidelity in general?
Well, I would say they're both bad. I mean, they can both be bad, right?
Okay. Well, you were saying that they're both bad, but you're making.
I don't like a president that's having sex with a woman like that, because in that they would have leverage on him. So that's why they go to these islands so they can film each other have sex. You're a wealthy guy. You know how this works. They're with these call girls. Next thing you know, you're having sex, and they have you on tape having sex with somebody. And then when
let's
you're
not talk about tape and sex,
well,
okay?
Exactly right.
Let's not talk about.
Are we going to have Hulk Hogan on here?
Yeah, I don't know, but
where are we going with this?
Well, hold on. Here's the thing.
I'll be happy to get the sex tapes out of here. And
no, let's not do that.
Well, I'm just saying we're sitting here glazing Bill Clinton. I can't do that. I have too much self-respect to sit here.
Well, then turn your microphone off. I mean, this is my guest, and that, by the way, that's a friend of mine, Alex Stein.
Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Hey, John, I got a question though. What about this? So I had an employee.
What does glazing mean?
That means kissing his derriere, glazing. I'm not going to sit here and do that too. But okay, so real quick, John. So I had an employee. What happened was he got hit by an undocumented, this is serious, Uber Eats driver. But the Uber Eats driver on the app said that he was on a bicycle, but the Uber Eats driver is actually using a car, because if you do this, you don't have to have insurance. That's why the driver told Uber Eats that he's on a bicycle. He really was in a car, because if you have a car, you have to give them insurance, you have to give them a driver's license, so there's less requirements to be an Uber Eats driver if you say that you're on a bicycle. Well, he hit one of my uninsured employees, only has liability insurance. We're in a nightmare legally trying to go after Uber. He's an illegal immigrant. We don't know what to do, because Uber says we're not liable. He lied to us.
Sounds like you need me.
Exactly.
Hold on.
I got a good lawsuit, John. You see what I'm trying to do?
Hold on, Alex. And you know what? As rude as you've been to my friend, I'm not even going to let him rep you. I'm going to tell John.
John's an attorney. I'm not being rude. I'm saying he's an attorney. He's dealt with how people hard.
And his advice to you was you need a sling and D like him.
Hey, listen, I'm going to represent him, but instead of a 33 and a third, I'm going to start charging 66.666.
It's Bill Clinton's favorite number, but I'll pay it. I know we'll win with you, John.
So anyway, Alex,
we will not lose Alex. What does Alex do for a living?
He works for Glenn Beck and the Blaze.
Glenn Beck.
Mm-hmm. So that puts everything in perspective.
I see, said the blind man. I see.
Now you can see a little bit. Now
you got it. And I apologize.
That's why I can't sit here and you guys talk about Bill Clinton. I don't interject.
Listen to me.
Imagine Glenn Beck sees this. I'm over here. Oh, Bill Clinton's the best president ever. Yeah, right. I get fired.
You tell Glenn Beck that you're on my show and I am pro Bill Clinton.
Well, these are debate shows. I can debate. John's debated before. He's going to be governor. He's dealt with some kickback. This isn't that big a deal. I mean, come on.
No, listen. I get it now.
So exactly. Okay. So moving right along, John. I could turn Alex's mic off, but I think he'll play along as he's.
Let him roll because he's a client of mine now.
Yes, sir, I am. We're about to be rich. I've been having a conundrum with Uber. Dealing with this.
And by the way, if you need help with Uber, suing Uber or Lyft, I am your man. I know the ins and outs and where all the insurance is and the.
I would love to use you, John. You're a great guy.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
John Morgan's a great guy.
So John, let's just talk about what everybody is talking about. And I'm sorry for the distraction. Is that you have tentatively thrown your name into the hat for potentially running for governor in 2026 as a third party or a different party. Hell, I think you could run for, I think you could be any party you wanted. You could be a Republican, you could be a Democrat, or you could be an independent, or you could be for the people. I just wanted to kind of unpack that and, ask you, how real is that? Because be careful what you wish for, because you'll win. I mean, between you and Grady Judd are probably the two most lovable and liked persons in all of Florida.
Well, I told Grady that I'd like him to be my lieutenant governor. There'll be Yin and Yang will be the name of the party.
And you know what he would tell you? He'll arrest you for weed. By the way, he would.
Yeah, he would arrest me
for weed. He'd arrest the governor for weed. I've done some ride-alongs with Grady, and he's like, every 4 or 6 years, they always ask me to run for governor, and I tell them no. I have no interest in answering to anybody else. I run Polk County the way I want to run it, and I don't want to be governor. Whereas you, I mean, really, are we really thinking about this?
We're really thinking about it in this sense. Here's the things that are pissing me off. One, most of us agree on most things. On most things. Why do I know that? Marijuana, minimum wage, restoring felons' rights, fair districts, pre-K. We agree on most things. But because of gerrymandering, the fringes on the far left and the far right have taken our country hostage. And we don't ever think about what has happened in the state of Florida that you go, up in Tallahassee, that really was good for us. And it's not. It's good for cable companies. It's good for power companies.
Insurance.
Insurance. It's the best for the insurance industry.
I mean, DeSantis has cut a deal with the devil with the DeSantis. Like, oh my God, most people don't even know how bad it is.
No. They will. And when they're going to find out is when their home gets blown away in a hurricane. Most people go, it's never going to happen to me. But you know why it is going to happen? Look at the national news every night now. Every night on every national news, it's the weather. It's a tornado. It's a hurricane. It's flooding. And what they've done to homeowners in Florida, one day there will be a reckoning. There will be blue tarps everywhere because homeowners have lost all their power. It was given away. Every president of every university is a former politician. And everybody's so worried about what are the books in the library. I don't know what books they're worried about in the libraries, but they've got these false narratives, these false boogeymen that everybody gets scared about, and then they elect them, and then special interests get their way. So I believe that a third party is the solution, not for Florida, but for America. I believe that what's lost here is we don't compromise. If you're a politician, you say, I'm going to compromise, they want you out. They want you out. In my office in Brooklyn, I've got a sign, it's where all my magic happens. It says, done is better than perfect. Let's just get something done. We don't have to have it all, get something done. So look, I've been hit by John McKay, the former president of the Senate Republican, Rod Smith, ran for attorney general, senator. I think a lot of us are hungry just for normalcy, compromise. When I look at politics in America and Florida, I feel like that song, remember Steelers Wheel? Clowns
to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
Can you find that song? Can that be my new walk-on song?
Yeah, stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right, stuck in the middle with you. And that's where I feel. I feel like you, me. And by the way, when we pass these constitutional amendments, we pass them with 60% of the vote. And what are they trying to do in Tallahassee? They're trying to make it harder and harder and harder for us to do it. This governor, when we were trying to pass the recreational marijuana, I don't know how Alex comes down on that, but when we were trying to pass recreational marijuana the last go round, this governor took our money, taxpayer money, and spent $50 million in ads against it. And it missed the 60% threshold by that much.
By what, 2.5%? Something
like
that?
Well, hey, real quick, let me say one thing, though, John, because you did interject. I think marijuana is a little safe. But, Bubba, he loves abortion, though, John, and you're an attorney. Why is this? If it's not a life in the womb, why, when a drunk driver hits a pregnant woman, why is that considered a double homicide if that's not considered a life? When a pregnant woman gets killed by a drunk driver, why is that a double homicide if that's not a life?
Well, look, for the insurance, because the insurance industry runs the world.
Yep.
Runs the world.
So the insurance company says it's a life, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a life in Florida. It's not a life in Florida.
So here's
but it is a life if there's abortion. It's not a life if
it's the other way. You got it the other way. You're saying they say it's not a life, it's abortion. But if you get hit and killed in a drunk driving accident, then they say it is a life.
Yeah. Listen, if the baby is killed in the womb at 9 months out, that was not a life. But if the baby is 1 week old in the womb, that's a life.
Wait, no, in Texas, a pregnant woman gets killed, they get charged with double homicide.
It doesn't have a.
We're not talking about Texas. We're talking about like in Florida, up in Georgia, they call it's life when you ready for the wording? Quickening in the womb. If there's a quickening in the womb, it's life.
What's that mean?
It means a death in the womb.
Well, it means that there's viability. You'd have to dig deeper. But the point is this: the insurance industry runs the world. They have the money. They run the country. They're going around the country right now. Their whole philosophy is very simple: deny, delay, defend. Mm-hmm. And they know money, and they hold money, and they get the float, and they try to starve people out. And there's nobody that stands up to them in government.
And so, I mean...
But I will say this. Trump has.
Yeah, he has. And that's why Trump's awesome.
Donald Trump has. Donald Trump has called bullshit on the insurance industry. Donald Trump has called bullshit on the pharmaceutical industry. And Donald Trump has understood. People say he's not a genius. He is a genius because he has tapped in to a deep anger in America. And you're starting to see a lot of people like Josh Hawley follow his lead. DeSantis hasn't. DeSantis has taken the insurance company's money and sold us out for his own personal benefit. Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. were tweeting madly against it all. So give the devil his due.
So yeah. So how close are you to Donald? I got to think pretty. I mean, you're a
No. I'm very good friends with Matt Gaetz. I represented him years ago. Pam Bondi, as you know, we all used to party like rock stars before.
Yeah. Down in the Keys.
Well, we were everywhere.
How about hold on, Roger?
Gasparilla.
Roger Stone's a good friend of yours.
Very good. I got a text from him last night. And
Roger's doing good up in his radio show in New York. I think Roger's on the rebound.
WABC.
And by the way, I'm a sponsor of that show.
As you should be.
So Roger's a character, and they're all characters.
You were supposed to sponsor mine. Listen to this.
I'll make it the Morgan & Morgan studio in the morning.
That was when I was begging you to leave Russ Rollins alone.
Yeah, but and here's the deal. Me and
remember
Russ,
that.
Yes,
remember that.
You mediated that, and me and Russ now are actually really close. We keep in touch. I sent condolences out when he lost his sister, and but yeah, me and Russ are actually. And you brokered that.
Listen, you were both good guys. You were just competitors, and you got a little. It's like these. You watch these NBA games, they get tangled up under the basket. They start throwing elbows and shit. And you were competitive. You were breaking in the market, and you went for the jugular.
So can you? I mean, like.
But by the way, you know what Russ has done, which I think is crazy. He's bought a lake home in Winter Haven, and now he has to commute every morning. I don't know what time you got to get up to do the morning show.
Oh, probably like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Driving from Winter Haven to Maitland. How do you like that little deal?
Yeah, but you know what? He's probably got I think I saw his house. It's a nice lake house.
Yeah, he wanted a lake
so
house.
It was kind of within what he could afford with, because listen, Clear Channel and iHeart are killing. I mean, like, they're killing people on salaries right now, the layoffs. Regular radio is in trouble right now, digital streaming and, podcasting and things like that. And, shows on YouTube and Rumble and various things like we do. That's the cutting of the cord, so to speak, terrestrially. So Russ, I feel sorry for Russ and those guys that are only terrestrial guys, because these terrestrial companies come in and there's no negotiation. They tell you what you're making, and then they throw you a little bone and be like, okay, Russ, we'll let you, do your show on YouTube and you can have whatever that represents. They throw you a couple little bones, but radio's unhealthy right now, very unhealthy.
So is television.
Oh yeah, I mean, as much as you guys spend on media, I'm sure your whole advertising position has gone from terrestrial and cable to maybe over half, if not more, digital. I'm sure digitally, you guys. I mean, you know that more than I do.
Streaming and listen, live events. I'm Saturday. This is coming Saturday. If you want to come, guess who's coming to Tampa for WWE? Demo Swag. If you want to be his guest, you need to tell him to take you with him, because Morgan. We're putting Morgan & Morgan in the center rings.
We've seen it. We've seen it.
Yeah, well, we're coming to Tampa Friday or Saturday, and Demo Swag's coming with his fiance. So you need to tell him to bring.
Yeah, how many times he used to call me up on a Saturday night looking for free bottle service at one of my clubs? I mean a lot. So John, I mean, like, when will you make the? We've been skirting all around it. Like, is there going to be a definitive date where you say yay or nay, or are you just going to keep screwing with people?
I'm not going to say yay or nay. What I'm going to do is this: I've formed the party. I got to have 4 people sign up to be in it. Then I'll be official. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch the lay of the land. I'm going to watch who the Democrats have. I'm going to watch who the Republicans have. It's going to be like watching a horse race, but it's before I make my bet, I'm going to get to watch them break from the gate. I'm going to get to watch them go around the back stretch. I'm going to get to come around the corner. And when they start to come down that back stretch, I'm going to see who's who, what's what. And then at that moment, and I believe, maybe wrongly or rightly, I believe I'm one of the only people that uniquely could do this, is to jump in for the sprint. I'm not a marathon guy.
So you're saying maybe jump in like maybe February?
Yeah, February. Watch what's happening. I mean, there may be somebody that comes and I go, you know what? I could live with this. I could be with this.
Well,
but
it's not what's been positioned so far. Casey DeSantis. Who else is out there?
Byron Donalds.
Byron Donalds, and this now David Jolly has decided to be a Democrat, and he's moved from the Republican Party to. But the real.
But none of them. Hold on, none of them are John Morgan. Period.
Well, right, and that's good and bad. Listen, I have enemies. You know, the tobacco people do not. I've sued the tobacco industry forever. I've sued pharmaceutical people forever. So if you have big enemies, you could have big problems. You know.
Yeah, but you got also. There's one thing you also got big. Money.
What?
Money.
Well, I got some.
And you are an icon in Florida, John. I mean, people love you in Florida. Everybody's got enemies, but the mass majority of Floridians love you. You've done great things on both sides. You've been pretty independent. You call balls and strikes as you see them. And so,
I mean, you were the first guy to go on my show to say that, hey, I'm out. Democrat Party, you guys throw Kamala in there, I'm out. You guys didn't give me a primary. I wanted a primary. You didn't give me that. You threw up Joe. He probably had prostate cancer back then, and you got full hot on the deal. The Democratic Party freaked out when you said, I'm out. I'm out.
Well, listen, Joe, the book has not been written on what was so with Joe. I mean, we don't know, but we know he was not up for this. We know that.
Right.
But what he did was, I think he threw a shit fit when he got pushed out. And then he said, F you. Here's Kamala. You don't like me? How do you like this?
Yep.
That was this to them. That was this to, guess who didn't want her? Nancy Pelosi. Guess who didn't want her?
Barack Obama.
Guess who didn't want her? Your friend John Morgan. Because it was, listen, there are certain people that are fingernails down a chalkboard. Okay? Anthony Weiner is fingernails down a chalkboard. Ted Cruz, who I met at the Derby, fingernails down the. You look at Anthony Weiner and Ted Cruz, and that's the kid in high school you just wanted to beat the shit out of. But Kamala Harris is that person. This fingernails, the laugh, the talk, the fake accents, the fake resume. You're like. And that's going to be it was like, I'm out.
Now, John, in the circles that you travel in, Bill, Barack, were they full hot on that deal the way that Joe did? I mean, were they not cool with it?
Well, the Clintons jumped on because she got them early, and they knew it was inevitable because where are they going to go? But Barack definitely didn't want her. Barack didn't endorse her for 5 days. Pelosi was livid about it, and I talked to her. I texted with her the other day. She was on the way to meet the Pope and to have that first mass yesterday. But they were all against it. It was an inside deal. It was a deal by Joe Biden to say F you to all you who push me out. And the truth is, now we all know he never should have been allowed to run. It was a mess. We were all relying on the inner circle and, quite frankly, his wife, Jill Biden. I used to say to my wife, who will be 43 years this weekend.
Uma runs the show. I love her.
Yes. So, Kill Bill. So I said, this woman is not going to win ever. And that was but it was Joe Biden. But I always thought that Jill, the wife, I mean, if somebody's going to know you're on the decline, it's going to be your wife. They see it all.
Yeah.
We see it all. Ultima sees it when I forget a number. What's that guy's phone number? What's Bubba's phone number? Oh, 6969. Okay. But I forget numbers sometimes now, but who sees it? My wife.
Right.
They live with us. Jill Biden saw it all, and I think she just liked the gig so much.
I think she was so enamored with the power and the title that she kept Disco Joe in there too long.
Okay, wait, time out. Now we're going to throw Jill Biden under the bus. She was probably the only person that kept his and I'm a conservative.
Yeah,
probably kept his presidency together. If anybody, I think she deserves credit, if anything.
Well, she does. She kept it together, but she also knew that he shouldn't run. I mean, was she going to run the country?
Well, he didn't run though, right? He stepped down. So I'm confused.
That wasn't her. She's mad that he stepped down.
Yeah, she was. But I mean, technically, he was forced to step down.
Final thoughts on: does P. Diddy get off this deal? I mean, I know that you've been monitoring it. To me, it looks like I don't know if they've put together a case that's strong enough to. I mean, sensation. It's very sensational. There's a lot of sensationalism there. But I mean,
well, here's what I think. And by the way, just something interesting for you political people. The night that Andrew Gillum was going to have his big celebration that he was going to be, governor. Remember, he was going to win. He had a victory party in Tallahassee.
He's the one that got arrested with the pills and all this stuff, right?
Yeah. Yes. Guess who was there? Guess who was at the victory party? P. Diddy.
I did not know that. Wow.
Just a little fun fact for.
I did not know that. People might want to start looking into that.
Yeah. Just a little fun fact for. Politicos. Here's what I think. We had dinner the other night at a great restaurant in DeLand called Crest, and it was a bunch of my lawyers, and we went around the table and we said, so far, what we've heard is P. Diddy going to be convicted or acquitted. At our table, it was 8 acquittal and 2 convicted.
Wow.
And the problem for the prosecution is this. Look, it's kinky as hell. Urinating in a mouth is something. It's like
it's next level. That's next level.
That's perverted.
I'll throw. It's like Coke bottle stuff. Say it. That's just between you and I.
Yeah, they used to talk about fisting. Now they're talking about footing.
Oh gosh.
But it's next level shit. There's no question about it. I don't they're talking about his penis looking like a Tootsie Roll.
I heard that.
And that's also, there's so much outrageous information. But so far, all we've heard from is Cassie, who's after the fact sending him love notes, coming back, wanting to be there, enjoying the freak-offs. I don't see it yet. I don't understand why anybody wants to see a male prostitute banging your girlfriend, but he did, and she allowed it. And I don't understand it yet. They brought her. If I was the defense, I would say you're supposed to start with your strongest part of your case. They started with Cassie, someone who was there for 10 years, sending him love notes, going along with it, flying around. Now, look, they're asking to put him in jail for the rest of his life. Yeah, does P. Diddy? I met P. Diddy once. I was partners with Johnny Cochran. I met P. Diddy and Jennifer Lopez together in Johnny's office in New York City. Is he kind of he's finished no matter what.
Right.
He's finished. He's finished. But life in prison for being
a freak,
a freak, a deviant, a pervert, and all these hanger-oners that were doing it to be with him, and now they're suing him. I don't see it so far, especially if Cassie, is the strongest part of their case. I think he's despicable. I think he's finished no matter what, but I don't know about prison for the rest of his life.
So, John, I got to let you go, but when you do decide to run, or if you do, can we not necessarily get the scoop, but can we be in the junket, so to speak, of you making the announcement?
Yes, in the jungle.
In the jungle.
We'll do the junket in the jungle, and it'll be Bubba's Jungle. And listen, the thing about it is you got so many people asking you to do it. But then the other day I had a guy who's really somebody, when people that really don't like you, but then they call you up and say, hey, I really think you should run for governor. That's like, You want to see me get hurt.
You want to see me? You want to see me? Some skeletons in my closet come out, and you guys got me hemmed up on a P Diddy Willie. Something like that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but you know what, John? Your whole gimmick, your whole perception in this state is one of transparency. Like, you're the first guy to say, you know what, I've had a couple DUIs, I've messed up a few times, that's why I have a driver. I'm not perfect, I've made some mistakes. Early on with Morgan, Calling, and Gilbert, I bought those two bozos out. I've had a hard way, but I've really turned it around, and I'm now the largest. I'm the largest law firm in the world, and so I don't think there's any skeletons in your closet that would bring you down.
I don't think there'd be any surprises.
Right.
One time when they were trying to put light rail in Orlando, and it was going to come down I-Drive where I have my attractions and hotels, and I didn't want it. And so I was raising Cain about light rail, and somebody started talking about me running for mayor of Orlando. And the journalist asked me, "Are you worried about skeletons in your closet being revealed?" I said, "Hell no, I'm worried about last Friday night coming back to me." I said, I don't have skeletons. I got live bodies bound and gagged down in the basement. So kicking the door to get out. So look, what I think, here's the decision I made about myself a long time ago, very much like you, Bubba. I just decided to be me. I decided, sometimes I'd be in a room with a politician and I'd hear him say fuck, and I'd be like, what? My God, he just said fuck. You're just so stunned by it. But I just decided a long time ago that you're not going to be surprised when you meet me. What you see is what you get.
Remember the one time when you were doing medical pot and you were in Lakeland and you decided to go to the country bar and have one too many, and you didn't even deny. You're like, yeah, I got drunk as hell.
Boots and buckles.
Yeah.
And listen, I really wasn't that fucked up. And I told people, I said, if you thought I was drunk then, you should have seen me on the bus going home. I mean, that's when I really started drinking.
That's when you really started pouring it, Dawn.
Yeah, I'd only had like 3 or 4 drinks at Carrabba's.
Right.
You can't get drunk at Carrabba's.
No, they're not.
Too much bread, too much pasta. No, it's impossible.
There's too much.
True. That is a fact.
If you want to try to get drunk, you don't go to Carrabba's or Red Lobster.
No.
If you're going to get drunk, you got to go to Boots and Buckles, my God.
And you did, buddy. You did.
And I did. And I was in Grady Judd territory. I was hoping, when I was on the stage, I was telling them, send Grady Judd down. Send my man down.
Yeah. And so listen.
But guess what? We only have one life. I'm going to live mine to the fullest.
Yep.
At the end of it all, no matter what, on my tombstone, it's going to say the journey was the reward. The journey is the reward. And I've had a hell of a journey, especially with friends like you. Guys like you make my life so much better because I love characters. I love Bill Clinton. I love characters. And I'm drawn to characters. I'm drawn to all sorts of characters.
I mean, you threw Donald Trump a bone today. He's a character.
Another thing about him, I'll say for him, I don't believe in all this election denying. I mean, that's just a bridge too far for me. But he's a loyal as hell dog. And what I love about him the most is the way he loves his children.
Yeah.
Bubba, can I talk about the election? Joe Biden won all 50 states when it came to mail-in ballots. Donald Trump won all 50 states when it came to in-person voting, even the most liberal states. And then when you see the discrepancy from the 2020 election to the 2024 election, there's nearly 10 million missing voters. Don't you think that seems weird, Mr. Morgan?
No.
Well, and guess what?
I think you need to get off the cocaine.
I'm trying to get it out because we got to let the guy go. He's busy. I'm just saying. There was some weird stuff with that election. Come on. I'm not a QAnon crazy head like you want to make me to be.
I thought I was hearing a cigarette commercial, and this shit might kill you.
And this might kill you.
This shit probably is going to kill you.
Hey, my friend, let's keep in touch more often. Let's do this more often. I won't have Alex in next time.
Bring Alex in, but I need a button here so I can mute Alex when I want to.
Yeah, exactly.
John, hey, real quick, and Bubba's going to kill me. He's going to say, "Oh, you jobbed out, John Morgan. I need this guy. He's a top attorney. Tell him I didn't job you out. If you're going to be governor, you can handle this."
Listen. What do they say? If you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
Yes, sir. You can take it. Yes, sir.
Hey, man,
you can handle it.
Yeah, but you know what? You and I are friends, and I hold you very sacred, my friend. You know
that's awesome.
Listen.
And no disrespect from me, Mr. Morgan. You know, I respect the hell out of you.
Don't listen. I worked at Disney. Call me John. We call Walt.
Hold on, for real. Listen to this. John Morgan was goofy. Listen.
No.
Goofy.
Pluto.
He was Pluto.
Even
John
better.
Morgan.
Those characters molest kids.
Hold on. John Morgan was Pluto for a couple summers at Disney. That's how low on the totem pole he was. Pluto.
Well, no, I was lower than that, Bubba, because I started. Now that wasn't low. Pluto's VIP. Okay,
all right.
Pluto, Mickey, Minnie, Pluto, Donald, and Goofy. That's the big five.
Right.
Now I had to work my way up. I started as Fiddler Pig, one of the three little pigs.
Not even Chippendale.
Now here's
part
the
of a trio. That's the bottom of the bottom. You start off as a trio.
I'm in the pigsty. Now here's a little trivia. There's Fiddler Pig. What's the name of the other two pigs? Okay, I bet you don't know that. I do. Fiddler, Pfeiffer, and Practical. Then I moved my way from the pig unit. I was then promoted to be King Louie, the gorilla.
Okay.
Song of the South with Baloo. And then, this is no lie, because of my dancing ability, I was then promoted internally to Pluto. I was part of the Big Five.
Do you remember driving home that night saying, "Man, it doesn't get much better than this, bitch. I've gone from a pig to Pluto. I'm pretty.
I've gone from a pig to an 8 to Pluto.
Yeah.
And I'm driving home. I'm in the VIP unit. I'm driving down I-4 going home. There was a Merita bread company that, because I didn't come home till 2 a.m. If I went home. We used to go out to Americana Apartments and party till like 6 a.m. But I'm driving home. I can smell that bread coming out of the Merita bread. I'm Pluto driving my 1968 3-speed Camaro. Life was the best. Listen, those days were the best days of my life.
Listen, my friend, I love you. I can't tell you how much I'm proud of you. And as things progress with what you're doing, let's keep in touch. Tell Demo to call me if
Demo's it. Listen, you need to tell Demo all the bottles you set up for him.
Yeah,
you need VIP for WWE Morgan & Morgan this Saturday night.
And he'll make it happen.
I guarantee you. He doesn't listen. But
if not, I'll call Matt. Matt's his boss.
Matt, you know, Matt goes to sleep at 8:30 at night, but Dan will be there with the fiance. So we need Demo swag.
Now in
Uncle Bubba.
Outside of John, what's the hierarchy of the firm?
Well, there's Ultima at the very top.
Well, that's your wife. That's your wife.
She is self-appointed herself.
Right. Okay, so there's Ultima at the very, very, very top, and then there's Ultima. Then quite a distance down's John.
No, I'd say Matt has decided to become number two. Matt has pushed Daddy to the side. He's like, "Hey, I'm here." And then you got Mike, who's the critical, cerebral thinker. Then you got Demo the drunk, and then
the drunk,
and then Daddy. I mean, they've moved me out.
Yeah, but you've put your years in. You're the face of the firm. You know, you don't got to do the heavy lifting anymore.
Listen, man, I'm happiest when I'm in Hawaii. I wake up. It's 6 hours behind. You know, it's a beautiful situation. Every night I have some sort of marijuana of some sort. I look at the stars and I just pray to God that my boys are doing their job back here in the mainland.
Hey, you know who I need to connect John with, Bubba?
Who?
Roseanne.
Roseanne O'Donnell?
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne
she's out
Barr?
in Hawaii. You know, she's my very good friend, John. You know, she loves to smoke too. You know, I need to connect you with Roseanne.
Well, I'll tell you the buddy that I have out there who's the most incredible friend.
The radio station owner?
Well, that's Chuck, who's my neighbor. He owns 19 stations. I'm going to call him today after this and say, let's get Bub. But there's a guy there named Shep Gordon. And Shep has if you've never read his book, read it. It's called Super Mensch. He's Alice Cooper's. Listen, I was at his New Year's Eve party last time I was there. Here's who performed: Alice Cooper, the guy from Train, Sammy Hagar, Mick Fleetwood, blah 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 blah. This goes on and on. Owen Wilson, Mike Myers, they're all there. So the next day, Bubba, I'm at Costco, and
John Morgan goes to Costco.
But here comes the best part. So I'm in Costco. Guess who I run into in Costco? Alice Cooper. So now I'm standing in the frozen food section at Costco, and I'm talking to Alice Cooper. We're talking about the party last night at Shep Gordon's house. Then I go to the register and I love Costco. I mean, you get there. I was buying chili and already made chili.
Guy's worth $500 million, and he's worried about saving 20 cents on Costco.
Kirkland's good stuff.
They got these big pies for $10. But so the guy comes up to me and says, "Are you John Morgan?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Was that Alice Cooper you were talking to in the frozen food section?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm from Brevard." I said, "I'm from Florida." I said, "I know." He said, "Well, let's take a picture together." Watch this video streaming show, Super Mensch, Shep Gordon, and he makes it all happen in Maui. I call Shep the Maui Llama because everybody that comes to Maui goes through Shep Gordon, the most magnificent human being you will ever meet on the face of this earth. He is unbelievable. He introduced me to Don Nelson, who's the great coach, who introduced me to Willie Nelson. I took Demo Swag down to play poker with Willie Nelson one night, and Willie was, we were using these big volcanoes.
The vaporizers. Yeah, the vaporizers.
Well, see, Willie can't smoke regular weed anymore because he's got COPD.
So he has to use the vaporizers, the big Zeppelin bags.
And he's got this guy named Mudslide that he goes, "Mudslide, make us enough." So we're going around the table, and it comes to me. I take my hit, and then Paul Simon was sitting next to me. So I hand the bag to Paul Simon. He says, "My wife doesn't like me to smoke and drive." I said, "Okay." So I passed it over to Willie. About an hour later, the bag came around again. So I was bypassing Paul Simon and passing it straight to Willie. Paul Simon grabbed my arm. He said, "I'll take a hit." I said, "I thought your wife didn't like you to smoke and drive." He said, "Fuck it, she's in Texas." but the last hand there, it's just Willie and Demo Swag. The pot is bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's just those two. And finally, it's time for the call. Willie Nelson shows his cards. Demo Swag shows his cards. Willie Nelson reaches up and starts to pull all the money to himself because we're doing this at his house.
Right.
And Demo Swag's kind of looking there and he goes, "Willie, I think I won." And then we all look at the cards. Demo Swag had in fact won.
Had a better hand.
But now here's the question. Did Willie know that and was just going to take the money anyway? Because this is poker. And if Demo Swag didn't say, "Willie, I won," and when Demo said, "Willie, I won," Willie looked at it and he said very calmly, "Cool."
So was he going to take it if he didn't get called out?
I think he was going to take it, and I think he thought that Demo didn't know.
Right.
And guess what? That's okay in poker.
Street level. It's street level, my friend.
That's great. What a story.
Street level, my friend. Street level.
Is that a great story?
Great story. Hey, my friend, I love you. I'll text you later today.
All right.
And I'll be getting a hold of Demo. More importantly, tell Matt, second in charge behind Mama, that I love him. And thank you so much for coming on the show. And let's have you on more often, my friend.
You are part of us forever.
All right, man. We love you, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Bye, buddy. Thank you. What a great guy, man!
That was awesome.
I love him. He's so candid.
Were you freaking out when Stein was?
A little bit. I was getting ready to say, like, God damn. He's like, Alex, this is my friend. That would be like literally, Alex, I'm not kidding. You having me on your show, and we got Glenn on, and I'm going to start busting Glenn's balls about stuff.
No, it's not the exact one-to-one comparison, but it's not your boss. He's not your boss. So
okay, here's the deal.
Different.
But here's the deal.
Alex, what was it
hold
you
on.
couldn't handle anymore?
Alex, if you know anything about radio, though, you should know that if you're a guest of a radio personality who has another guest, it's just proper decorum to go along with what the guest, like the direction.
Yeah,
it's proper decorum.
I
it's
agree.
Proper decorum.
Professionalism. If you have a guest on, you have to be nice.
Decorum
but I didn't say anything about John Morgan.
To follow my lead.
No, first of all, I didn't say anything bad about John Morgan. I said something bad about Bill Clinton.
I know.
And so,
that was on the edge of nuclear explosion, but I'll tell you, it was a great interview.
Yeah,
that was fun.
That
was, and he did handle it.
Yeah, he can handle it fine.
He did handle it.
But you
I didn't say
understand.
anything about him. I just said something about
But you
Bill.
have to understand old school radio. Like, what if Howard had me on? And, Howard's a super lib and he's going crazy. I would just sit there and shut up. I wouldn't upset the apple cart.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. The best content is when there's a little debate, there's a little kickback. So I don't want to just sit here and just, I wanted to try to make things interesting. I wanted to mix it up. I mean, it's like a reality TV show.
He couldn't co-sign on all the Bill Clinton glazing.
But it's not even like that, Bubba. It's like a reality TV show. We could just sit here and agree with him the whole time, or we could give him a little kickback and see how he handled it. I thought he handled it pretty well. If he's really going to run for governor, then I think that he should be prepared to answer questions a little hard. And it wasn't you asking the question, so it's not you that's getting in trouble.
But it's my show, and I'm responsible.
But nothing happened. I didn't ask him anything bad. We're asking like I dropped him the N-bomb or asked him something hard. What did I say? I said Bill Clinton's a pervert. I said that you don't believe in babies alive, but if they get killed in the womb, it's a life, according to insurance companies.
Can you help me out a little
knowing
bit?
you, Bubba, I mean, I thought that you might jump over the whole thing and jump on him.
Good. I hope I was pressing buttons.
I texted Seth and Steve to tell them.
He texted me, shut up. Yeah.
Alex finally stopped when he started waving him.
Alex, do you understand my position, though?
Stein,
this is my guy. This is my guy. This is my friend.
Yeah, but I would like to know.
Hold on.
Real quick. I understand your position, but tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I did wrong.
You didn't do anything wrong because you pulled the nose up. But Alex, this is my friend.
The nose was never really down, but go ahead.
This is my friend, and I'm not a bonsai. I'm not going to bonsai my friend.
But it wasn't a bonsai. We didn't ask him. I didn't say. And first of all, if you want to be honest right now, you're the one that brought up that he had DWIs. I had no idea that John Morgan ever had a DWI.
That's all. I
know, but I'm saying you were dropping him out when you said that. So let's be real. I never brought up his DWI. I never brought about any skeletons in his closet. I said that the president, Bill Clinton, was not the greatest guy ever. That's not a shot at John. So I don't think me interjecting that could even be considered disrespectful to John.
When I have somebody that's not my personal friend, then you can do that. But when I have somebody that like Dion or Tony Stewart or...
I can tell Dion that I don't like Bill Clinton. Why would that be bad?
Bubba, I thought the biggest thing that you finally did was when you told John Morgan who Alex Stein was, because he didn't know what was going on, and then when you finally said, "Hey, this is Alex Stein. He works at the Blaze with Glenn Beck," like that's when it all became fun for him.
That was funny too.
That made it better.
Yeah,
that made it understandable.
Okay, first of all, we're acting like something just happened. I called AOC a big booty Latina. Like I've done much worse. This is nothing.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Were you not? Hold on.
You're in the Lummy chair today.
Were you not impressed that he gave Donald Trump a little bit of a...
I was
exactly
impressed.
Right, and I set that up too. You could argue that I said that. I did.
Christ.
I set it up with the
You
intro.
can get your things and get out of my apartment
Donald
immediately.
Trump's great with this. So I set that up. Listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I respect John Morgan 1,000%. I would, and nothing that I said. You can go back and watch the tape. Would be considered.
You're fired. Get out of
here. To him. So
you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
I was just trying to mix things up.
You're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Okay, I'm the bad guy. I apologize.
We're way late. I don't know how many affiliates stuck around and how many did not.
He just said he's going to get you some more affiliates because it was such a good interview. He's just saying, "Hey, Maui, I'm going to connect you." So thank you. You're welcome.
Hey, Bubba, I'm in on those wrestling tickets. I don't know who Demo is, but
Jesus,
I'm there. John Cena's wrestling R-Truth.
I think we should skip an after show today because I think we had a good enough I think we went over long enough to almost warrant that. What's your?
We went over, and we had a high spot at the end. So
hold on now. If we do an after show with Alex, I think we need to do one.
I'll do a show.
Yeah, we can do a little short one with
Alex.
Alex.
We can get into a big ass argument about today.
Good, let's do it. I'm down.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
Our